is 4. Thank you. Yes. Panado, Mutiwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and greetings from my voters for whatever you're doing for the country. Right Honorable Speaker, this was not in your communication, but I thought it was that maybe as a spirit of solidarity, if you so wish, here at our immediate neighbors in Kenya, yesterday there was a plane crash which killed the Command Armed Forces in Kenya, General Francis Ogol. So I do wish that maybe, if you so wish, we realize a moment of silence. That is my humble request.
Honorable members, I am really very sorry for, and I think my team should be blamed for that, because they should have reminded me. When I come here and I'm so busy, even my commissioner forgets to remind me. And our dear condolence goes to the Republic of Kenya for the loss of the CDF. May we rise for a moment of silence in this memory.
May the departed souls rest in eternal peace.
Amen. Thank you so much, Honorable Panado. Mutiwa?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Panado, are you hearing what Lopez said, former Lopez said? He says he likes you so much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for raising the issue of malaria, which is one of the most diseases that are killing Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, statistics show that now we are losing between 70 to 100 people every year across the country. And these are people that are able to go to hospitals so that the health facilities are able to get the data. But there are so many Ugandans who die without getting access to health facilities. So, Right Honorable Speaker, malaria is real. And as the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Malaria, we organize this work to create awareness amongst the population and to show government that there is a problem that needs everybody to get concerned and support the population. Right Honorable Speaker, this started last year, and every year when we do it at national level, we also go down to the districts. Like last year, I had one in Butaleja, and I'm again organizing another one. Immediately we finish this one at national level. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Health and partners that have joined hands to support the work against malaria. And I also want to implore and request all colleagues, members of parliament, to turn up tomorrow in big numbers, and we work and say zero malaria starts with us, starts with everybody. And I believe this will help in creating awareness and making sure that we reduce on the death. I want to thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. You want me to say the name? You first repeat your name.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Namanya Naboth, as short as that. And I represent Rubavu County in Rukunjiri. In Rukunjiri district. Madam Speaker.
Have you seen how Panadol is calling you Musenero? Panadol. Panadol, can you apologize?
Madam Speaker, can I get protection from Honorable Nathan? Is using the word that is not common here.
He has said it. I want to repeat it because I don't want again to promote that word here. So, right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your communication. And I think this one will act as a clarion call for the government and in particular, the Minister of Health, come and intensify the intervention to combat malaria in Uganda. Madam Speaker, I think after the work, the government will know, and all of us, we shall know that particularly for us who are representing the people and the ministry, we need to get an appropriate intervention to combat malaria, which is becoming one of the serious killers of people in Uganda. I was surprised, Madam Speaker, last time the ministry was distributing mosquito nets, particularly in my area. And I got surprised when I met a VHT carrying only 50 nets to be distributed in a parish that has about 5,000 members. Because voters alone in Ndago parish, there are 3,500. So I don't know in the government records, because according to you, boss, the government is aware of plus minus the population in each parish, in each region. It was a surprise for me to see only 50 nets being distributed in one parish. So I hope this work will also help us and mobilize all the strengths, put a strategy that will help to eliminate malaria in Uganda. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There is an issue of distribution. You distribute the nets. But also there's also creating awareness of what those nets are meant to do. You distribute the nets, you're giving out the nets to somebody in Maruzi there, and somebody, because it's near the lake, uses the net. But we need to, for fishing. So we need to make people get to know that malaria is a killer disease. And not only here. And I don't know what happened. Originally, we used to have adverts on TV, continuous adverts, that if you don't do this, if you don't slash your neighborhood, if you don't, you leave water which is in the compound, there will be mosquitoes, then you die of malaria. I no longer see those adverts. I don't know what happened. Everybody has relaxed. Nobody is speaking about anything. But as legislators, as the leaders of the people, it is our responsibility now to go. Let's not wait from the ministry. Let's go and tell our people that malaria is a killer disease. They should be careful. They should be able to protect themselves against malaria and other diseases. Quebec's Tony Olympian.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Secretariat, Bunya County East. Madam Speaker, the cause of malaria is nothing else apart from the mosquito. And I would like to implore this House that let's look at the real cause of malaria. In other countries, like Cuba, malaria was done away in 1967. How was it done? Research was carried out and these mosquitoes were made redundant. So as we look for funds of research, let's invest in research and ensure that we get a benchmark from Cuba. How did they do it? Because the mosquitoes in Cuba bite, but malaria is not caused. So let's look at it from that point of cause. Maybe in the future we can reduce the malaria, but as long as we walk, the malaria, the mosquitoes are born there. After 7 days, more are born. So something must be done along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. We will not take a lot of time on these issues. We need to go straight to the bills.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support your concern and calling upon members to join the work against malaria tomorrow, that I would also love to participate. But Right Honorable Speaker, I think African countries and the tropical countries that are still facing the challenge of malaria, we need to learn something and put our hands together and put a joint fight to ensure that the vector, which is a mosquito, is eliminated. Without elimination of the vector, this is going to be a business. There are people manufacturing nets. There are people manufacturing insecticides for treating nets. There are people with the NGOs and businesses all over the world. And I think they will not want to see malaria ending in Africa and then tropical world. Right, Honorable Speaker, when DDT was banned in 1972, after countries in Europe using them to fight mosquito in America, and when they had done away with the mosquito in their places, then they said it was harmful to human life. And yet, the dose that one would need to take of DDT to kill him is really a very high dose. So I think for Africa, as long as we cannot join our hands together to say, let's technology help us, let research help, so that we deal with the very source of the problem, which is the mosquito. All this struggle will be for us to talk every day, and yet somebody is gaining from this. So I think this must be our point of concern from now moving forward. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We need to reduce the business from those people who are collecting our monies, and a lot of money we are spending, budgeting for what can be stopped. Yes, Olympian.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Honorable Speaker, thank you for bringing this awareness for the malaria work. Honorable colleagues and Speaker, mosquitoes began before none of us were born. But the one is a very tiny insect where we can defeat it. And things which we can defeat, we really need to work on it, Honorable Speaker. When you look at, let's say, for instance, in my village, in the evening, you can't even stay outside. You find insects, they are pouring like rain for where you don't have time to relax with the family. And you wonder why such a thing has been a while. If we can work on the things like HIV, AIDS, we are trying to prevent. Why can we prevent this?
Like COVID.
Yes. And also, let us bring awareness, because the mosquito nets, when it's distributed, has been abused in various ways. Some people use it for catching white ants. Some people use it for catching the grasshoppers. Some using for catching fish. So we really need to sensitize our people, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
And then lastly, if we do this work for malaria, let us next time also we do for the bad driving, because it's one of the second leading death to malaria, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Baka.
Thanks very much.
Baka,
Speaker.
Mm.
Right Honorable Speaker, I welcome the idea of work against malaria. However, Right Honorable Speaker and other members, we have been with this killer disease for a long time. As my colleague was saying, we concentrate on the research. But working in Kampala, then another time in Masaka, to me, I'm of the view, Right Speaker, that why don't we nationalize the cause and say, all members of parliament, such a month, such a day, you go back to your constituency, or over different sectors, you demonstrate the work and sensitize the majority. Because if you do it in one area,
Honorable Baka, we said we are a people-centered parliament.
yes.
And if today we all got to sit,
Thank you.
if today we all got in buses and say we are going to Kiruhira and we are going to walk, everybody will be interested to see which MPs are this. And people will take your message more serious. They will take the message more serious. Unlike if I go alone and walk in Bukedea, they will imagine she's doing her own politics. She's looking for votes. But if we got united as members of parliament and say, this time we are having a walk in Kirihora, in Rohama, in where? Pakwach, in Nyendo, then you will find the whole public will appreciate it. They will appreciate. But if you say you're walking alone in a Kayunga, then you're basically politicking.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thanks very much for that approach. But I'm saying in the future, if the mobilization is going to say the entire parliament is coming to Chotra for walking, I will welcome the idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you had given me.
Honorable members, we need to move to the bills. That's what has brought us this morning. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. As we join the Malaria walk, I also want the Minister of Health to sensitize the masses. On top of distributing mosquito nets, you also need to sensitize the masses how to use these mosquito nets. Because most of the masses, or most of the people, they use them in the villages. They use them for wedding, for brewing marwa, for catching white ants. So meaning, as the minister has the responsibility to sensitize the masses. And Madam Speaker, for your guidance, we request the minister to come with a statement on this malaria and basically report how it distributed the mosquito nets. But because most of our people didn't receive them. Thank you. Information.
Bohesh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I really admire your approach to issues, especially when you say the work shouldn't be concentrated in Kampala and such other areas. Take it where the issues are. Right Honorable Speaker, in the list of your examples, I would have said maybe got happier if you mentioned Karamoja, Kasanda, Mobende, Chamhunga. Why those areas? Those areas have gold. And the gold miners, after picking out their gold, they leave the ponds full of water. And these are bringing the grounds for water for mosquitoes.
Yes.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, while we are working against malaria here, other people are helping mosquitoes to breed and multiply. So I would appeal through your Right Honorable Speaker to the ministry in charge of minerals, put a row and a follow-up and monitor that when gold is extracted, these ponds are covered to eliminate mosquito breeding. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. And the gold does not benefit the people in that area. And the people end up dying out of malaria. Yes, Michana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm in support of Maria run. Recently on Wednesday,
This time we are walking, we are not running.
Running, yes. Where I walk. On Wednesday, an elderly person died while queuing for money for SEG money in my constituency. And he died of malaria. So I really in support and also urge the government in charge of SEG money to come and government should find an easy way to send this money to these serious senior people. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you so much for talking about the malaria walk. Uganda has a very big problem of malaria. There is one measure called the entomological inoculation rate. This is how many infected mosquitoes bite a person at any time in the day. And it was found to be highest in Uganda in a certain area in a patch district. That shows how malaria is a very serious problem. Second, I want to give information There is somebody who said that malaria is caused by a mosquito. Malaria is caused by a protozoa called Plasmodium falciparum and other species. That one I want to make it clear. But finally, I want to quote a book called The Conquest of Malaria from Italy from 1900 to 1962, which I read very well. Italy used all the methods we are using. In fact, at one time, they had a theory that if you do mass treatment of all the people, theoretically, they would cure malaria because the plasmodium will be cleared from the people. However, the people would be given the drugs, some would hide them, some would just put them in the mouth. When the people were enforcing, they would spit them. They failed. What finally eradicated malaria from Italy was the improvement of living of the people in southern Italy. So you can imagine, even if you have 4 nets in a house, some people do not even have where to hang the net. You can imagine when you are going to do indoor residual spraying. Some people will not, the crevices in some houses, the way they are built naturally, this is not going to be effective. You can imagine if you want to put the nets in ventilators and windows, it is not possible. So important is to make sure that the way of living of our people is improved, the housing, the environment, and so on and so forth. I thank you so much.
There's information from
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are promoting the use of biological control methods. And during the malaria walk, I would advise that we also convey a message on the planting of neem tree. They are mosquito repellent trees, and that is the neem tree, and that is now that we save the NFA. It should be cognizant of malaria and raise seedlings of neem tree as we walk and give out nets. Then we should be able to supply the seedlings of neem tree because these are mosquito repellent tree seedlings. I thank you.
Honorable members, on top of the neem tree, or even the lemon grass, all the plants that have lemon help in repelling, as they act as repellents. Anifa?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. About the campaign for malaria walk, mine is uneven distribution of nets. I have Kome Islands is comprised of 20 islands, but those people don't receive mosquito nets when it comes to distribution. I don't know when they are distributing, they stop at the landing sites and do not go ahead to traverse the islands. So I implore Ministry of Health to look at the islands and also help them get mosquito nets. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we've been pushed on this. We are on RAPEX bills. And we have always been reported as Parliament as not wanting RAPEX bills. But to my surprise, I see only 4 ministers. And yet we have over 16 bills. Hey, there are 3. There are 3 ministers. And this one must really go to, because the person who is here every day is the Honorable Bahati. Honorable Bahati, really, we want to thank you for here, diligently being here every day. Whether he has a bill or he doesn't, he's just here. We want to thank you so much. With the Musasi giving apologies out of the country. But executive must know, whereas we are willing to pass and sit and do what we are supposed to do. You help us do what you want us to do. Let's work together for us to be able to finish what we are supposed to do. Next item.
Item 3, Bill second reading, 3.1, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, you recall that yesterday the House passed the Uganda Registration Service Bureau Amendment Bill 2024, which transferred the functions from URSB to the National Identification Registration Authority, that is NIRA. URSB transferred, NIRA is receiving. It is as simple as that. This warrants a corresponding amendment on the NIRA Act for the Registration of the Persons Act. Hence, this amendment is here basically to do that. I now invite the Minister of Internal Affairs, General, please move a motion. General, please move a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded, is the bill seconded? Seconded by Afanda Alanyo, Tony, Sanon, Okiror, Commissioner, Dr. Formalo for Awol Betty, Hanifa, by the whole house. Thank you. Would you want to speak something small?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the object of the bill is to give effect to the policy of government to rationalize government agencies and public expenditure.
Honorable members, the explanation behind this bill is that we passed an amendment transferring the registration of Persons Acts to NIRA. NIRA is now on the receiving side. So NIRA's act has to be amended to accommodate what we passed yesterday. Thank you. The chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I take the opportunity to present the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill 2024. I now lay on table the minutes of the committee as they were processing the bill and the copy of the report. I beg to lay. Right Honorable
Please
Speaker.
lay and give an answer summary.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, you have already highlighted this. Yesterday, this August House passed the bill. This is a continuation. The import of this is to bring registrations of natural persons in one place and registration of legal persons in one place. I will not, the report is uploaded. I'll be not taking a lot of this August House time. The background is covered, the policy principles of the bill are clear, the remedies are thorough, the methodologies that we listened to all, we did document review. Just one observation that NIRA that is receiving this function from URSB is housed at Kororo Ceremonial Grounds. And on several occasions, they have been, they have had their work curtailed. So, but we have handled this during the ministerial policy statement. It's both budgetary, maybe also to say that registration of marriages, the committee observes that the transfer of this function from URSB to NERA will effectively
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The clarification I'm seeking is why you have to mention that NERA is at Kololo. Is it going to be in the law that it will be at Kololo?
He's just reminding you actually, I didn't know where NERA was.
I thank you.
And I know why he's telling you that you need to provide money to house NERA somewhere. He's just being polite.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You have said it succinctly. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, the function of civil marriages demands face-to-face meeting. So it's important that the honorable colleagues and the world knows where NERA is found so that you can go and conduct your civil marriage. We note that this committee observes that the bill does not provide a definite commencement date, which could affect the smooth transition of the civil registration functions from URSB to NERA. The committee opines that the commencement date of this act is required to establish a time frame within which the law shall come into force to ensure smooth transition of the civil registration functions from URSB to NERA. The committee therefore recommends that a provision be made to enable the minister to appoint a commencement date to enforce the law. Under interpretation clause, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, clause 1 of the bill in the interpretation clause, it defines significant words used in the act. However, the committee noted that the word minister has been used in some provisions in the bill, yet it's not defined under the interpretation clause. We therefore recommend that interpretation clause be amended to include a definition of the minister. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has reviewed the bill and made proposals deemed fit to achieve the set objectives of RAPEX. Therefore, the committee recommends that the bill be considered for second reading, subject to the proposed amendments hereto attached and any other modifications the House may propose and approve. I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. You've had the justification, you've had a report. It is not any different from the one we had on URSB yesterday. Motion from Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you highlighted earlier, this is just a follow-up of what we did yesterday. We're just formalizing this. I would beg that I move a motion. Members accept. We move to the committee stage of this item. Thank you.
Seconded by Silwani, by Luther, by Honorable Karim, Doctor of Anifa, Kelly, Eric, Dorcas, Zijan, Busia, by the whole house. Nathan, Maneno, Okwalinga, Dr. Rionga, by the chair and the minister himself. I now put a question that the registration of the Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The registration of Persons Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee. Clause 1.
new clause.
Right Honorable Chairperson, insertion of the new clause immediately before clause 1. The bill is amended by inserting immediately before clause 1 the following. Commencement. The act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for justice by statutory instrument. The justification for this is to stagger the commencement of the act to ensure that the act comes into force when the Minister of Internal Affairs is sure that NIRA is able to deliver on the functions that have been transferred to it. 2, to coordinate the commencement of Uganda Registration Services Bureau Amendment Act with the commencement date of the Registration of Persons Amendment Act to ensure smooth transition of the civil registration functions from URSB to NIRA.
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With due respect to the chair's comments, I would rather the commencement date be on assent because civil registration is a daily activity. So what happens in between? So I'd rather once it's assented to by the president, then it commences.
Honorable Kiron.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think there's something we need to get clear here. These functions were performed by URSB. And there are several laws which have been performing. Now, there's a shift of performance of those duties. First of all, what is being transferred is not just only the legislation, even the staff who have been working. That's what we discussed in the legal committee. The staff who are working in URSB are going to be transferred to NIRA. So if you say we commence on assent, and yet NIRA has not even put in place just the physical spaces or anywhere for them to commence this work, it might be a bit challenging. So that's why we recommended also that it could be in consultation with the Minister of Justice when they're able to have, and they have the transitioning period.
And it brings in the inconsistency with the one you had yesterday, where they say the minister, because you need to give time to prepare for them to accommodate the staff and all the other things.
Madam Chair, I have engaged some of these government departments that we have emerged and rationalized. Some of the staff remain doing the work as the ministry and the government makes the adjustment, create space. Some of them remain in those offices where they are, as they discuss their compensation, as they agree to leave, as they sign new contracts, and it can take up to a period of 1 year or 6 months. So while we do the legal framework, the ministry then goes backward and people continue doing the same work. So if we say that the start of the date should be after that entire process is complete, we are likely to bog the entire operation of government. And you know, Madam Chair, we have enacted here several acts where we give the minister to indicate the start of date. Some of the acts have not even been implemented up to today. Thank you. So I want to agree with the Minister of Internal Affairs that the commencement date should be upon consent, because the life is continuing. Nobody is being fired until government pays them anyway. They are going to continue doing their work, Madam Chair.
Formalo.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I do appreciate the concerns of the Honorable Minister for Internal Affairs. You see, this kind of legislation needs to have a transitory clause. And I think that's what is missing, because registration and attendant obligations are daily. Then perhaps because of the requirement of the physical migration of humans and the physical movement of computers and what, we need a transitory clause probably. What that is missing because assent could happen when actually the physical preparation is not yet in place. So normally what we would do is to put in place a transitory clause to say that for avoidance of doubt, the activities under or assigned shall continue until and as when migrated by statutory instrument to take care of the readiness and the transition in between.
And exactly.
I am not a good drafts person, but somebody good at drafting should draft for us
Yes,
the clause.
and exactly that's what the committee wants. That is the position of the committee. And if we could go by the committee's position, it will be consistent with what we passed with the URSB, because the powers will now be given to the minister. Minister, the assent can be done today. And if you're ready, you can even make the transfer the next day. So I would plead with you that you go with your committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with your guidance and the submission of members, I think we need an express provision of a transition
Yes.
mechanism.
Yes.
Better for work to continue as we get ready.
Thank you. I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
On which one?
Yes, on this very one. Yes, something very critical. Yes, because we are, colleagues, I beg that you understand me because we are making a law. It's okay. First, listen to me. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Chair.
He's not recommitting.
I'm not
He just
recommitting.
wants to understand.
I have been involved in making several of these kind of laws. I have been here for some time. Yes. Normally, when we have been making what we call the transitional clauses, we have been putting it clearly that the assets, liabilities, and obligations that have been in this organization now transit to the incoming what? Organization. So I wanted to highlight that it's very important we use the word obligations, because even when you talk about these activities and what have you, they carry the same area, and that will help us a lot. So,
Honorable, it is unimplied.
It may not be implied, right, Honorable Speaker, because
that
someone...
when you're transferring this, the law is there. You already have an act to that effect. The law is there.
Yes. So
yes.
Secondly, nobody should fear that if we say the act will commence on the 1st of July, then that will... The rest of the things are administrative. Our work is to make the law. So nobody should drag a parliament behind and say, oh, if we make it now, what will happen? It doesn't matter at all. Let's make the law. That is our duty.
How do people in Kumi know that Ogun was in the house? Thank you. Clause 1.
Right, Honorable Chair, Clause 1, interpretation. Clause 1 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after the definition the word government, the following: minister. Minister means the minister responsible for internal affairs. The justification for this is to define the minister responsible for commencing of the bill.
Minister?
I concur, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2. I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, Clause 4 concerns the amendment of Section 5 of the Act 4 of 2015. Clause 4 of the bill is amended in the proposed subsection 1A by substituting for the phrase Section 54, the phrase Section 54 and 43I. The justification for this is to transfer to NERA the mandate to register for the guardianship orders provided for under Section 43I of the Children's Act. I beg to report.
Minister?
I agree with that addition, Right Honorable Speaker.
I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question. Do you have clause 5?
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Are you hungry or what? I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee to the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Registration of Persons Act 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted by this honorable House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Registration of Persons Act Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the registration of the Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Registration of Persons Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and the Chair. Next.
Bill second reading, the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Bill.
Thank you, honorable members. Someone has just reminded me I should thank her. Honorable member, thank you so much. You are the best. Next item.
The Uganda Trypanosomiasis.
You're not going away. What? You want to thank us? We have a lot of business. You can sit there and not fine.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of government, the Minister of Agriculture informed you that he will not be available, and all the state ministers, one is indisposed, another one is out of the country. The Committee of Agriculture has made a report on behalf of the House, and we are seeking your guidance whether this bill can be moved, and then we move. The Minister of Gender is on her way. Also, I can see on the business.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture said he had given you full instructions to handle agriculture. Is that okay?
It is okay. So, Madam Speaker,
He's a very competent minister.
I beg to move that the bill entitled the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Act, Repeal Bill 2024, be read the second time.
Thank you. Is the bill seconded? Seconded by the Attorney General, by the Minister of Trade, by the whole House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the right spelling for the word. The right spelling.
Would you want to speak to the member of parliament? Is not a vet.
Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to dissolve the council and transfer function of this council and the Secretariat to the Ministry responsible for Agriculture, relieving the government of the financial burden imposed by this particular council, but also mainstreaming the functions of the council into the ministry. And by doing this, we think we will be making a substantial contribution to the agricultural sector by stimulating the function of this council and bringing efficiency and effectiveness in the operations of the ministry. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. You've had the objective of the repeal. Can we now hear a brief report from the chair of the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent a community that has livestock as one of its core activities and livelihood. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill that concerns us in as far as cessfly control and the welfare of the animals. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I note with concern the sheer neglect of this very core ministry, whereby 80% of our people are in agriculture, and in some areas they are both agriculturists and cattle keepers and livestock. But to imagine that a ministry, with due respect to Honorable Bahati, whom I know he has already a big burden of its own with the traders and the business community on strike, but to have a ministry of 4 ministers, 4, who are ordinarily the ones to stand in for this important docket. The cabinet minister is not present. The Minister of State Life, Animal Industry, Bright Ramirama, is not here, Honorable. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture is not here. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries is not here. I would pray, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would seek your indulgence, that the business in this House is not for formality. Ministers once appointed at least should give courtesy to this House, should respect the Ugandans who wait and see them discharging work on their behalf. I know you had magnanimously allowed it to go on, but when we sit here, we don't look good. We don't look good. Right, Speaker, you can invoke your powers to inquire as to where are these ministers. We are here, this is a Friday. It means that these things are so important and critical that we are even meant and we are made to sit on a Friday. But they're not here. And now we are one-sided. Someone is standing into argument to ad hoc where the ministers are not. And I'm seeing him fumbling with a big file.
No, he's not fumbling.
Is it procedurally right?
He's not fumbling.
Is it procedurally right for this house to be taken for granted? Well, knowing that the issues we are dealing with are very critical, they go to the core of this country, and there are no ministers with 4 ministers, and we will continue as if it is normal. We shall be ending up talking to ourselves, Right Honorable Speaker. I pray that you withhold and you insist that let cabinet, let the ministers responsible for the docket appear so that they own up as what they are up to. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, when it comes to the issues of, first of all, Honorable Tumwebase Frank had the courtesy to write to me that he was going to be away, and he had delegated, given full powers to Honorable Bahati to handle UCDA, coffee. Now when I hear Eric making noise, do you have coffee in your place? To handle all those things. So for me, my thinking Honorable Bahati is one of the most experienced ministers. And let's go ahead. The reports are ready. The reports are ready. The reports are ready. It is the prerogative. Now allow me also exercise my power. That will continue. And we have the Attorney General in the house. We have a veterinary doctor here. We have a former law here. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Minister, as we continue, can we have the technical team here of agriculture? Yes, please go ahead. This is basically a repeal transfer of activity.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this report. The minister also sent me a message, but I thank him that he delegated Honorable Bahati, although he's struggling to pronounce Trypanosomiasis. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries on the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Repeal Bill 2024.
For us, we are not veterinary doctors.
Right Honorable Speaker,
please lay.
In the same vein, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the committee while considering the bill on Uganda Trypanosomiasis. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industries on the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Repeal Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Act Repeal Bill 2024 was read for the first time on 9th April 2024 and referred to the Committee on Agriculture in accordance with Rule 129.1. And the committee now begs to report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, 2.0 is about the background to the bill, which is the same as background to all the bills of RAPEX. So I wouldn't want really to dwell on that so much. Right Honorable Speaker, the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Council Act Repeal Bill aims at mainstreaming the functions of Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council into the ministry responsible for agriculture, and also abolishing the council and transferring its functions to the ministry responsible for agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, the UTCC was created by Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Act 1992, Chapter 211. The Act legalized the Council and the Technical Committee and Coordinating Office for Control of Trypanosomiasis in Uganda as the Secretariat of the Council. This was in an effort to rationalize TSE and trypanosomiasis research and control in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, The institution was established at a time when the country was experiencing sleeping sickness epidemic that isolated interventions had failed to control. The legislators then found it necessary to establish this institution that would be able to coordinate different professions so as to eliminate the epidemic. Right, Honorable Speaker, the disciplines involved in trypanosomiasis are there listed: entomologists, veterinarians, medical doctors, laboratory scientists, and environmentalists, economists, agriculturists, and cartographers. And the Secretariat closely works with the following ministries: Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Lands, and National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, through the Livestock Health Research Institute. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this Secretariat also collaborates with international partners like International Atomic Energy Agency, FAO, IFAD, WHO, AU, specifically Inter-Africa Bureau for Animal Resources, IBA, and Pan-African Sese and Trypanosomiasis Eradication Campaign Secretariat. Right, Honorable Speaker, like I'd said earlier, the object and justification of the bill is the same as the other bills that this House has already gone through, and other bills that are yet to be considered on RAPEX. So I wouldn't want to dwell a lot on that. Right, Honorable Speaker, the justification on the bill for Uganda Trypanosomiasis Council repeal raises the following issues, which the committee interrogated. One, whether the mandate of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council overlaps with the Ministry of Agriculture. Two, whether Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council has served the purpose for which it was established, and whether Uganda Trypanosomiasis Council administration costs are so high that they drain the treasury at the expense of service delivery. Right, Honorable Speaker, these were the committee findings and recommendations. On question 1, on whether the mandate of the council overlaps that of the ministry, the committee noted that the council was established by Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Act 1992, Chapter 211, with the mandate of elimination of livestock and human trypanosomiasis in Uganda. The Ministry of Agriculture has intensified efforts to ensure the control of pests, vectors, and diseases in both crops and animals under the Department of Animal Health. This is the same mandate as that of the Council. Right, Honorable Speaker, the ministry has also put emphasis on animal vectors and diseases, especially containing and eradicating the spread of deadly foot and mouth disease, CBPP in cattle, CCPP in goats and sheep, PPR in goats and sheep, African swine fever in pigs, brucellosis in all animals and humans, and rabies in dogs, cats, and humans. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that the roles and functions of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council are being performed by the Department of Animal Health under MAIF, but focusing on a different vector-borne disease. The committee recommends that the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council be merged and mainstreamed into the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries, and Fisheries. Right, Honorable Speaker, whether the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council has served the purpose for which it was established. The committee noted that the council was established with a mandate of elimination of livestock and human trypanosomiasis in Uganda. The council has registered the following achievements during the last 5 years. Gambiense sleeping sickness cases were reduced from 86 to 0 cases. The WHO declared Uganda free of Gambiense sleeping sickness. The Rhodesians sleeping sickness cases reduced from 21 to 0 cases. However, this financial year, 1 case was diagnosed in Noya district and managed successfully. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the SSF fly density reduced from an average flies trapped per day, FTD, of 17 to less than 2 FTD in the areas of Busoga, Buganda, Teso, Bukedi, and Bunyoro. The prevalence of trypanosomiasis reduced from 37% to less than 5% in the above areas. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge of sleeping sickness is still prevalent in and around conservation areas and major water bodies. The institution now is focusing on control and elimination of animal diseases after eliminating the human disease. The committee observed that the council has accomplished the purpose for which it was established to a larger extent. Uganda was declared free of Gabiense and Rhodiense sleeping sickness, although the challenge still persists in and around conservation areas. Water bodies and zoonotic diseases are on the increase. The committee recommends that the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Council be merged and mainstreamed into the ministry. On whether Uganda Trypanosomiasis Council Control Council administration costs are so high that they drain the treasury at the expense of service delivery. The committee notes that the council is a subvention under Ministry of Agriculture, whose work plan and budgets are prepared and submitted to the Department of Planning for consideration and inclusion into the ministry's vote. The committee further established that for financial year 2022-2023, COC2 had 18 staff and a wage bill of Uganda shillings 850 million since they work through existing local government structures, which have frontline scientists. The committee observes that the council did not have its own budget, and therefore the administrative costs of COC2 are part of the ministry's budget. The committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council be merged and mainstreamed into the Ministry of Agriculture. On provision for a commencement date, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the existing law had created a secretariat which had obligations and contracts executed. This implies that on the day His Excellency the President assents to the bill, the agency will cease to exist. Currently, some of the properties of the agency have not yet been accounted for. The committee observed that there is need for a transition period after the law has been assented to provide for winding up processes, taking stock, and officially handing over the obligations the Secretariat was undertaking to the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries. The committee recommends that the commencement date be provided. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council has been able to eliminate human sleeping sickness from the country, which is now a reference point for other African countries. However, in order not to lose the achievements highlighted above and continue implementing strategies for control of animal diseases, the staff of the council should be mainstreamed to MAIF. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And we are basically repealing and transferring the functions to the mainstream. In the public gallery this morning, we have students and teachers of King David Junior School from Maokota North County, that is in Pigi. They are represented by Honorable Kiaga Hilary and Honorable Nambose Teddy. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. You're smart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please have a seat. Join me in welcoming the little angels. Yes, Honorable Bwalu. A motion from the chairman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, having listened to a well-explained report to this House on the bill on the National Trypanosomiasis Control Bill. Right Honorable Speaker, and aware that the sleeping sickness disease has been put under control, the council has been receiving money through subvention from the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Agriculture, and the committee has provided for the transition period. I beg to move that you put a question be put and we move to committee stage, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the question seconded? I mean, the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Chwero, Honorable Minister of Veterans, Honorable Minister of Water, General, AG, the acting in law, the ANIFA, by the whole house. This report is very straightforward. You have more very serious issues, Honorable Ogon. Ogon, you have more very serious issues. Joyce, you're not doing a good job by controlling your neighbor. Joyce, can you take charge of your neighbor? Honorable members, I put a question that the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say and the control and nay. The ayes have it.
The Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. New clause.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to insert a new clause. The Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Act Repeal Bill 2024 is amended by inserting a new clause before clause 1, the following. The commencement date. This act shall come into force on a date the minister responsible for agriculture by statutory instrument appoints. Justification: there are many actions required to be performed by both the repealed Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council and the ministry after the act has been assented to. I beg to move.
Thank you. Yes.
That is one of the concerns that I have. Honorable Chair, it is usual that the House is the one that takes a decision on the commencement of the act. And therefore, I would have expected the committee to propose. If you thought that you needed 6 months, we put it there. Because what then happens if the minister sleeps on duty? Because I've seen, for instance, we have asked the ministers here to bring regulations.
This bill is from government.
That is true, Right Honorable Speaker. I understand it. But they have taken forever to bring most of the regulations. This House has a duty to institute a commencement date. We can say commence 6 months after amendment, after assent. For me, that is it. We'll have slept on
Attorney
our duty if
General.
we don't.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. If we are to agree with what my brother Ogon Silas says, we would most likely defeat the purpose of the repeal intended today. We are trying to save money that is going to an organization that is redundant. And you are saying we give it 6 more months, meaning that it has to be budgeted for. Remember, we are entering the next financial year. So, to the best of my knowledge, one, I have no objection to the proposal for commencement date, as soon as it is assented to. Because it does not kill the effect of the repeal. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
To the minister first.
Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the AG has actually put it clearly well. One of the purposes of this bill is clearly for efficiency. And if we are going to have efficiency, we must be able to give the ministry time to know that it is ready to effect this. And so if we put a timeline to them, when they are not actually ready, then we do not achieve the purpose of the bill, which is efficiency.
Honorable members, the chair is saying there are processes that are to take place. Transfer of members, transfer of, but we are also saying, as we go into budgeting process, we are not going to budget for this. And because we are not budgeting for this, that means the minister will have to act as fast as possible. Immediately the assent is done, the minister will do it. It is a very straightforward thing. And I don't know why you are wasting time on repeals when you have more serious. Honorable members, I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is for clause 1 to be amended by deleting the definition of the word commission. The justification, the term is not used anywhere in the bill and makes it redundant. I beg to move.
AG.
Just to find out, does it hurt to have that word defined? Does it hurt? Because
but we are repealing. Why would you define?
To have it? Yes.
No. When you repeal, it ceases to exist. Honorable Ogon.
Right Honorable Speaker, you have to admire the tenacity of our colleague, Honorable Ogon Silas. I agree with the proposed amendment.
Thank you so much. I put a question that the clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is for clause 2 to be amended by substituting subclause 2 for the following. Without prejudice to the general effect of subsection 1, the specific objective of this act shall be to merge, mainstream, and rationalize the resources duplicated under the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council to the ministry. B, to eliminate bloated structure and functional ambiguities in the ministry. And C, provide for effective and efficient service delivery by clearly delineating multiple organs to focus on one center under the ministry. The justification, this is the specific rationalization of Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council, and therefore the objective is not generic in nature as stated in the bill, rather specific to only the affected authority. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede with the committee.
AG.
Madam Chair, I agree in totality.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control and A. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and A. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and A. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and A. I have not heard. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair. The proposal is for clause 5 to be substituted for the following. Dissolution of Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council on the commencement of this act. The Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council is dissolved. Justification, the authority shall be dissolved on the day the minister appoints by statutory instrument to allow the transition and efficient transfer of functions to the ministry. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
I concede, Madam Chair.
Thank you, AJ.
I'm in agreement, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Silo, stop making my officer speak.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, the proposal is for clause 8 to be amended by deleting subclause 2 and in subclause 3 by substituting for the following. The staff of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council shall be redeployed to serve in the public service in accordance to public service standing orders. Justification, a change in government policy should not disenfranchise its own citizens and should secure the plight of its citizens who have offered a service. The staff of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council should be deployed in the ministry in accordance with the public service standing orders. I beg to move.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Council.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I will have a challenge with that proposal by the committee.
The administrative proposal.
Yes, there are two parties here. There's the employer and the employee. We cannot make a law that gags the employer. So the use of the word shall will be very counterproductive. Let's use may.
Yes.
Thank you.
May. Because if you've not been a performer, why should it be shall? Yes. Yes, Honorable AG.
Madam Chair, I want to agree and applaud Okirol's proposal.
Honorable Okirol.
Honorable Okirol's proposal. Because the clause they are seeking to delete, the sub-clause they are seeking to delete, talks about compensation of employees. Public service has presented a structure and said technical staff will be absorbed. But some who are administrative may not necessarily be absorbed. So when you use shall, you will have locked them. So let's be flexible and adopt the proposal by Honorable
So
Roy.
redraft. Redraft.
Yes, we shall draft to say, let me look at. We shall draft to use the word may, right, Honorable, instead
The
of shall.
staff of Uganda, no, where you redraft and replace where the shall to be may.
Okay. The staff of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis, I know someone wants to hear me struggle with this word.
Control council shall be.
The staff of the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council may be redeployed to serve in the public service in accordance with public service standing orders. I beg to submit.
I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Deputy Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the House. I'm a proud student, old student of Kakomo Primary School, so you'll forgive me just in case of anything. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Trypanosomiasis and passed it with amendments.
I put a question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted by this honorable House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading. The Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
Which report?
But you had skipped that.
When third reading.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Trypanosomiasis bill be read the third time and do pass.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Bill 2024 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Uganda Trypanosomiasis Control Council Repeal Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Thank you. Next.
Bill second reading. The Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled Agriculture Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Is the bill seconded by the whole house? Seconded by the whole house. Would you want to speak to your bill?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, this bill, the amendment of the Agricultural Chemicals Control Act 2007, is to enable the mainstreaming and rationalization of the functions of the Agricultural Chemical Board into the ministry responsible for agriculture, to facilitate and effectively deliver services by mainstreaming the mandates of the board that we think now is a bit redundant. We therefore want to commend to the House to do this amendment to enable government to function effectively.
Honorable Minister, you've had the justification. Could you give us a summary? Because it's something indirect. Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity again. I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture.
Felix, you leave our wife.
On the
Felix.
On the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill
Linda, you
2024.
sit near the
I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, I would like to read the minutes of the meeting while the committee was considering the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you again for this opportunity to present this report. And Right Honorable Speaker, I noticed that we are also very key persons and we are struggling with the word trypanosomiasis. And I request members, if you want to manage that word, break it into two, trypanosomiasis. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am going to give a summary. The bill on the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill raises these questions: whether the mandate of the Agricultural Chemicals Board overlaps with the Ministry of Agriculture, and whether the Agricultural Chemicals Board has served the purpose for which it was created. The committee interacted with those ministries, but the board did not appear before the committee, much as we extended several invitations. Committee observations. The Agricultural Chemicals Board was established by the Agricultural Chemicals Control Act 2007, Act 1 of 2007, to control and regulate the manufacture, storage, distribution, and trading, use, importation, and exportation of agricultural chemicals and other related matters. The board is responsible for providing for the regulations of information used in packaging, labeling, or advertising of agricultural chemicals, and to prevent illegal activities related to mislabeling and mispackaging. The committee observed that the mandate of the board is not so unique that it cannot be performed by the ministry. The committee recommends that the Agricultural Chemicals Board be mainstreamed into the Ministry of Agriculture. On whether the Agricultural Board has served its purpose for which it was established, the board has been responsible for providing the policy framework for control and regulation including registration of agricultural chemicals such as pesticides, fertilizers, growth regulators, wood preservatives, biopesticides, biofertilizers, or any other chemicals used for promoting and protecting the health of plants. The committee notes that the market is flooded with the counterfeit agrochemicals, which the entity has failed to reduce and eliminate. The board's presence in the field to inspect and deal with the unauthorized dealers in agro inputs could not be established by the committee. The committee recommends that the Agricultural Chemicals Board be mainstream in the ministry. Observations on provision for the commencement date. The Agricultural Chemicals Control Act 2007 created a secretariat which had obligations and executed some contracts. It will be detrimental to the operations of the sector if the law is assented to and the agency ceases to exist immediately. Some of the properties of the entity have not yet been accounted for. There is need for a transition period after assent to provide for winding up processes. The committee therefore recommends that a commencement date be provided for in the bill and it should not exceed 3 months. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, thank you again for your attention. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, honorable members. You've heard mainstreaming is what is going to be done, and it's a direct thing. Sechi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Sechi is bringing emotion.
Not
to go to the next, to the committee.
But
after your slide.
Just a slight observation, Right Honorable Speaker, where the committee failed to interact with the board itself, which we are trying to mainstream, and the chair is on record telling us that they extended several invitations. And in the absence even of the responsible ministers, further complicates the matter. Right, Honorable Speaker, for us who are involved with agriculture, it is terrible down there. You get agricultural chemicals which destroy the entire farmland. And the after effect of applying some of the acaricides, strange and very dangerous weeds have emerged in our fields and gardens. And I think this is happening throughout the country. So this is not a small matter. I don't know. But the way we are treating it, it is as if it's a small matter. But Madam Chair, 90% of our livelihood depends on agriculture. And yet again, it is saddening that those who are responsible for the docket choose to skip this important scrutiny when members are holding the.
By the way, the council members are not the technical people. Council is appointed just to oversee. Chair, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, when we inquired why the Agricultural Chemicals Board couldn't appear, the information we got is that they have been operating under the ministry. So the ministry is final. It is like when they invite you, the parent, like they invite Honorable Seki Kubo, you make your position, and again, you want your son to come and comment. So this is a board that has been operating within the ministry. And I see no problem.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true that we have so many issues with agricultural chemicals in this country. But what is going to cure that problem is for us, for the government to come on the floor with a bill that is going to bring into place the regulation of veterinary drugs and agricultural chemicals. That's what we are waiting for. We ask the government to expedite that bill. I understand the problems which Honorable Sechikubo is talking about. They are real problems, but it is not this board that is going to cure. Actually, the board has been there and there has been those problems. So it is better that we expedite the regulation that is going to put in place a board, an authority that is going to bring in the veterinary drugs and agricultural chemicals together so that they are regulated, and that's how we are going to cure the problem in this country.
So you're in agreement with the committee?
I'm in agreement with the committee that we move. Yes, I'm in agreement. I'm giving information.
He's actually giving information
And
as a vet doctor.
a professional information.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, as we were going through NFA, the chairperson gave us statistical figures as to how much we are going to save or how much it will be expensive for us to streamline the agency. The chairperson of the committee, I would have liked it that he tells us how much we are going to save as a nation as a result of mainstreaming that board. It's important, Right Honorable Speaker, so that by the time we walk out of here, we are able to tell the public that the purpose and the rationale of this is actually helping government on these figures. It is very paramount. Thank you.
And by the way, we are only not saving because of cost saving, but efficiency. Efficiency, this is not on a cost because the people who have already been working there, now we want the efficiency. There are some things you cannot quantify. Emotion. There's a motion from Yona.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to move the motion, but I wanted some little clarification from the chair. Chair has said that we need to streamline this board because they're underperforming and they have left counterfeit chemicals, herbicides into the market. I want to know whether where we are transferring the board, they will not face the same challenge after hearing from a technocrat, Dr. my friend Obed Wanika, that the issue was not the board. The issue was the lacuna in the law because there was no regulation to regulate these acaricides in this country. So I think I want to water down the reasoning of the chair, and the committee that the problem was these people, the problem was the lacuna in the law.
In the law.
So after hearing from the two sides, and we all know these chemicals, the herbicides, they are not only affecting our plants, because me as a scientist, I know when it affects the plant, it ends up in your body.
True.
It is a dangerous issue. As we may streamline, we may not, but that is not the end of the story. Let's work as a committee of agriculture, work hand in hand with your ministry to make sure that you bridge the gap of the lack of the law to regulate those chemicals. We are all cancerous issues have emerged so much. Every day I may ask all of you, we know what we have back home. Issues of cancer are not only because of the climate change, but are also because of these issues we have created. Every food we are eating is mostly carcinogenic. The doctors are here, they can tell us what the word carcinogen means. So I want to move the motion as requested by the speaker.
I've not requested you.
I withdraw. I have submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion. No, this guy on here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, basing on the fact that we are going to look at clause by clause, I want to move a motion that we go to second reading so that we can look at the different clauses.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Yona. By veterans, Hajat, Okiror, Afande. Why are you not standing up? Hey, I've seen the whole behind. The whole behind bench. The whole behind bench is seconding. Bushenyi is seconding. Patrick is seconding. Dr. Rionga, Shema, or as Honorable Ochwa. Workers. Honorable members, it has been seconded by the whole house. I am now putting a question that the Agricultural Chemical Control Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say on the control and nay. The ayes have it.
The Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Chair.
Clause 1.
Chair.
Clause 1, Chair.
Chair, some procedure, Chair. I don't know, and I wonder whether the clerk at table has guided well the chair. But usually, Chair, once you reach this committee stage,
Don't worry.
the speaker leaves the
Don't
chair.
worry. What matters is
No, chair, no, chair. They have the rules. I have the chair. No, it is here in the rules. Chair. The select one.
Chair, can we have
New clause.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to insert a new clause, the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024 is amended by inserting a new clause before clause 1, the following. Commencement date, the act shall come into force on a date the minister responsible for agriculture by statutory instrument appoints. Justification, there are many actions required to be performed by both the Repeal Agricultural Chemicals Board and the ministry after the act has been ascended to mainstream the functions and the mandates performed by the agency into the ministry responsible for agriculture. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, I concur with the committee.
AG.
I am fully in agreement.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, we sit here for so long. But at least when I'm here, I have where to put my legs. Don't make me lame. I'm still so young. I'm actually looking for triplets now. now that the tenures are 6 months, and now I'm looking for triplets. So, Clause 1.
Right, Honorable Chair, the proposal is that clause 1 is amended by deleting the definition of the word commission. Justification, the term is not used in the bill and is thus redundant. I beg to move.
Minister?
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee. It's the same that we passed a few minutes ago.
AG?
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2.
Right, Honorable Chair, the proposal is for clause 2 to be amended by substituting subclause 2 for the following. Without prejudice to the general effect of subsection 1, the specific objective of this act shall be to merge, mainstream, and rationalize the resources duplicated under the Agricultural Chemicals Board to the ministry, to eliminate bloated structure and functional ambiguities in the ministry, to provide for effective and efficient service delivery by clearly delineating multiple organs under the ministry. Justification, this is the specific justification for rationalization of the Agricultural Chemicals Board, and therefore the objective is not generic in nature as stated in the bill, but rather specific to only the affected authority. I beg to move.
Minister?
Madam Chairperson, I concur with the committee.
AG?
Madam Chair, I'm in agreement.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Right, Honorable Chair. The proposal is for clause 4 to be substituted for the following. Dissolution of the Agricultural Chemicals Board. On the commencement of this act, the Agricultural Chemicals Board is dissolved. Justification, the authority shall be dissolved on the day the minister appoints by statutory instrument to allow the transition and efficient transfer of functions to the ministry. I beg to move.
Minister?
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee's proposal.
Thank you. AG?
I'm in agreement with the committee proposal.
Thank you. I put a question that the clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I make an observation in respect of clause chair on clause 12. When you look at clause 12, it provides for commencement of this act that all property
Which was
assets,
already provided for.
yes, that all property, assets, rights, and obligations and liabilities of the board shall vest in the ministry. But I find a challenge with the subclause 4. If you read subclause 4, it is suggesting that compensation is not payable to any member of the board of the Agricultural Chemicals Board for loss of office resulting from the abolition of the board by this act. This is self-defeating. We cannot make a legislation in this context because compensation, I'll seek to be guided by my senior colleague. Compensation is a common law remedy which can be available if you have a right which has been violated and you go to court. You can be given compensation in respect of a default failure by government to perform certain obligations. So we cannot curtail it from that level and say you cannot be compensated. So I think my suggestion is that we delete subclause 4 and the first, second, and third can stay.
Yes.
Most of it.
Yes.
Just further clarification. We noticed this in most of actually these bills, even the previous one that we passed. It is clearly stating that there is no compensation for any board member. A
Yes,
number
you can't tie your own
members, even the previous ones. And to be honest, some of these board members have really served these entities for a very long period of time. Just to rubbish them off totally like this may not be that fair.
No, they'll
We'll leave it
seek
open.
for remedy once they feel their rights have been infringed. Let's delete 4.
We can delete 4, but actually, to show you that 4 is actually redundant, when you read 2 even gives you a right. It says any proceedings commenced by or against the Agricultural Chemicals Board may be continued by or against Attorney General. It allows you even to go to court. So why do you go to court and you say you cannot achieve certain remedy? Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm in agreement with the proposal that subclause 4 is redundant because 2 and 3 cater for it.
So you're deleting?
We delete clause 4, subclause 4 of clause 12.
Okay. That is 12. I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General by deleting subsection 4. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Agricultural Chemical Control Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next.
Bill's second reading, the Dairy Industry Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, before we go there, we in the public gallery this morning, we have students and teachers from Munta Royal College from Katikamu South, Luero. They are represented by Honorable Kirumira Hassan and Honorable Nabu Kenya. Brenda, you're most welcome. You're very smart. Very, very smart. You're welcome and thank you for coming. Please come again. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this morning, we have a delegation from the British High Commission and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. They include Mr. Simon Harris, the second Secretary, British High Commission. Welcome. Mr. Isam Norris, Uganda Desk Officer, Foreign and Common Development Officer in London. You're most welcome. Mr. Joseph, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, Country Director, Uganda. You're most welcome. Mr. Keith Mtevi, the Political Officer, British High Commission. You're all most welcome to Parliament of Uganda. And as you know, we are under the Commonwealth Parliament. So while here, feel at home. This is your Parliament. Most welcome. Thank you. Next.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Dairy Industry Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Seconded. Seconded. The diary. We are talking about diary. The seconded by the whole house. Seconded by the whole house. All the cattle keepers are here. Can you justify your bill?
Madam Speaker, the object of the bill is in line with the policy of rationalization of government departments to save resources, to improve on the efficiency and effectiveness in the manner we provide services to the people of Uganda. And we believe that by mainstreaming and rationalizing the direct cooperation within the ministry will provide that opportunity for the ministry to offer even better services to the people of Uganda, I beg to move.
Honorable members, we need better services for the diary. And that is the justification that is being given by the minister. And we are talking about the dairy corporation, the milkers. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We need a summary.
Right Honorable Speaker, you may have to protect me from the minister who has been delegated.
What is it?
He's telling me to over-summarize. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture and Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Dairy Industry Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
In the same vein, I beg to lay the minutes of the committee while considering the bill on the animal industry. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the Dairy Industry Amendment Bill 2024.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I go straight to page 2. The Dairy Development Authority is a semi-autonomous agency which was established by the Dairy Industry Act 1998 and operationalized by the Dairy Marketing and Processing of Milk and Milk Products Regulations 2003. The mandate of the authority is to develop and regulate the dairy industry in Uganda through providing development and regulatory services that will ensure increased production and consumption of milk, sustainable and profitable dairy industry that will contribute to economic development and nutritional standards in Uganda. The authority implements its mandate through the regional approach, model approach, covering southwestern, eastern, northeastern, central, northern, and Midwestern regions. DDA has its presence at some of the main dairy entry and exit border points that include Malaba, Busia, Motokula, Entebbe International Airport, with access to Uganda Revenue Authority's ACYCUDA system to clear dairy consignments. The objective and the justification for the bill has already been said by the minister. It is the same for the rest of the RAPEX bills. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there are questions that this bill raises, whether their mandate overlaps between the Dairy Development Authority and the Ministry of Agriculture, and whether Dairy Development Authority has served the purpose for which it was established, whether DDA costs of administration drain the treasury at the expense of service delivery. Committee findings and recommendations. According to the Dairy Industry Act, it is mandated to develop and regulate the dairy industry in Uganda through providing development and regulatory services that will ensure increased production and consumption of milk, sustainable and profitable dairy sector that will contribute to economic development and nutritional standards. I'd already said this. Section 5 of the Dairy Industry Act mandates the authority to register and license milk processors, traders, dairy farmers, groups, and to support farmer marketing organization. DDA also advises and enforces milk standards according to established standards by UNBS. The committee notes that DDA has fulfilled the above mandate by carrying out the activities that are lined up below: registration, inspection, sampling and analysis for milk and milk products, for chemical and microbiological analysis, for adulterants and contaminants in accordance with international standards. DDA also carries out sensory evaluation of milk and milk products, and it has set up a national analytical laboratory at Lugogo in Kampala, and the agency has on-spot milk testing mobile laboratory vans. It also does rehabilitation of milk cold chain infrastructure in those areas that have been mentioned. For purposes of time, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues can read those districts. Then also value addition, training and skilling at the Entebbe Dairy Training School, an establishment of milk and milk products traceability system. The system starts from the milk collection and bag centers through the value chain to the processing lines and eventually to the final product, and also market access through promotion of domestic milk consumption and market access to regional and international markets. The committee notes that while DDA has restored the dairy sector, which had collapsed following the dissolution of dairy corporation, MIF has at the same time maintained a dairy division over the years. However, the committee has not been able to establish performance of this division under the ministry. On increased production and market potential for the dairy sector, the committee notes that at the inception of DDA, the dairy industry had collapsed. The cold chain infrastructure had collapsed. By 1986, milk collection was 3,043,000 liters annually. With the interventions of DDA since 2000, milk production has increased from 2.7 billion liters in 2019 to 3.9 billion liters by 2023. The milk collection centers have increased from about 15 in 1986 to 547 in 2023. Milk processing companies have increased from just one, Dairy Corporation Limited, with a processing capacity of 60,000 liters per day in 1986 to 160 processing companies today, with a processing capacity of 3.9 million liters per day. Right Honorable Speaker, the country has 87 high-volume milk producing districts, mainly in the cattle corridor, which have cattle keeping as a source of livelihood. The dairy industry provides employment to about 12 million people, majorly in rural areas. The dairy value chain is driven by smallholder farmers, whom we represent in this house, input and service providers, milk collectors, milk bulkers, transporters, traders, and processors, among others. In addition, the industry provides food and income for more than 40% of the population of the country. Under DDA, dairy exports have more than tripled from Uganda shillings 287.4 billion to Uganda shillings 976.4 billion from 2019 to 2023. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Uganda is now poised to enter the Algerian market, estimated at $500 million annually. That was negotiated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The export markets require that exporting countries should be routinely inspected by competent and autonomous regulatory authorities to ensure safety and quality of the dairy products. This requires efficient milk production, regulation, maintenance of strict quality standards that this rationalization risks jeopardizing. The table below, Right Honorable Speaker, it shows the trend of milk production in the country from 2018 to 2023. And it is clear, honorable colleagues, you can analyze it for yourselves. Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, table 2 shows the installed capacity of milk processing factories from 2019 to to 2023. Table 3 is the value of dairy exports from 2019 to 2023, which I had already talked about. On international accreditation, Right Honorable Speaker, the National Dairy Analytical Laboratory under DDA is in its final stages on attaining full accreditation, having been awarded recognition certification under ISO 17025, which certifies all dairy products, test results for the export market. The accreditation facilitates trade in dairy products and reduces the cost of doing business to make the country's dairy products competitive. The committee concludes that rationalization of DDA will affect the regulatory gains already achieved and may adversely affect the markets, both secured and prospective. Mainstreaming DDA will jeopardize the ongoing process of recognition and accreditation that are critical for market access. Rationalization will negatively affect the planned infrastructure development of the milk value chain. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, on the wage bill of DDA has an approved staff establishment of 140 positions, but 91 positions are filled. All the staff are on contract. 63% of DDA staff are scientists, earning less than the approved government science scale. The certificate of financial implications provides that only 10 staff, that is 11%, will be laid off, though it is not clear whether the remaining 81 staff, that is 89%, will be moved to the agency functions. Will be moved with the agency functions to MAIF. The CFI puts the total cost in terminal benefits for the laid-off staff at Uganda shillings 0.53 billion. The CFI has estimated net savings amounting Uganda shillings 11.02 billion in financial year 2024-2025 and 11.5 billion in the subsequent financial years as a result of rationalization. Right Honorable Speaker, compared to the projected budget for financial year 2024-2025, which stands at 18.616 billion, 6.16 billion will be required to facilitate functions of DDA under MAIF. The savings on the rationalization are unrealistic because, for instance, the entire wage is considered as a saving, yet 89% of the staff will be retained and thus have to be paid wage. Furthermore, other savings such as physical assets that will be relieved have not been reported on. The committee notes that rationalizing DDA will not lead to the anticipated savings as stated by the certificate for financial implication. Furthermore, noting that 63% of DDA staff are scientists who will be on high science salary scale upon joining the ministry, this will instead increase the wage bill rather than savings. On value of dairy products, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Uganda processes several dairy products which are exported to various countries. In financial year 2022-2023, milk powder was the most exported product, accounting for about 54.2% of the total exports, followed by UHT milk at 33.1%. The table below shows the distribution of dairy export by product and value during financial year 2022-2023. It is there displayed for members to see. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 2 shows the distribution of dairy export by destination in financial year 2022-2023, country value in Uganda shillings, and the products that we export to those countries. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that with the intervention of DDA, the dairy industry was able to access international markets as a result of quality assurance and certified dairy products. Right Honorable Speaker, on privatization of the dairy industry, the committee noted that when government divested dairy corporation, the private sector was given full responsibility to collect, transport, market, and process milk. This requires robust, efficient, and effective regulatory framework, which has been created on the premise of the Dairy Industry Act 1998, which is being implemented by DDA. The dairy industry has attracted many investors, both local and foreign, who receive timely responses to the challenges they may be experiencing. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that rationalization of DDA would compromise quality assurance and safety. The private sector is largely profit-oriented and puts less attention to consumer protection of quality and safety. Without a specialized agency, the quality of dairy products will be compromised. The committee further observed that over the years, the country has witnessed rejection of other food exports directly under the ministry. However, due to hands-on interventions by DDA that built a robust regulatory framework, this country has never experienced rejection of dairy products on the international market, and this is attributed to the hard work and commitment by DDA. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, DDA staff work 24 hours to ensure that the final consumer enjoys safe and quality dairy products. This will be impossible when DDA is mainstream. Right Honorable Speaker, on the agency model for the dairy industry, the committee noted that the world over, the dairy subsector is regulated by autonomous entities, as illustrated in the table that is below. Kenya has it, Tanzania, Israel, and these are, Right Honorable Speaker, these are the countries who are the main buyers of the milk and the products from Uganda, based on the fact that there's a specific regulatory body to ensure compliance of dairy standards and regulations along the value chain, including milk production, collection, transportation, marketing, processing, and milk consumption advocacy, among others. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, the committee opines that export of milk and milk products requires observance of safety and quality standards and regulations along the dairy value chain. It is also important to note milk is a perishable product and it is mainly driven by smallholder farmers, input and service providers, milk collectors, milk bulkers, transporters, traders, and processors, among others. DDA carries out activities which are geared towards achieving middle income status as envisioned in Vision 2024, where dairy was prioritized as a strategic commodity to realize the country agro-industrialization program. Therefore, rationalizing DDA will erode the above achievements and lead to the loss of livelihoods for the people. Owing to the fact that the justification for rationalization of government agencies does not apply to DDA, the committee recommends that the Dairy Industry Amendment Bill 2024 is not passed by this House. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit.
I can see all the milk takers. NADS. Next. Honorable members, the items that we are looking at are all related. Let's go to NADS now. Move a motion on NADS. Move a motion on NADS. Honorable Minister, move a motion on NADS.
There's NADS. I'm not read NADS. I read NADS first. Okay, let me read cotton. Okay, all of them.
Honorable members, We'll come back bill by bill. If you want to debate, we will debate. You say I'm debating on on milk, on tea, on cotton, on nuts, coffee.
Bill second reading, the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Achon, by Linda, by Alanyo, by Naboth, by Felix, by Derek, by Honorable Chivumbi, Frank, Christine, by Oima, by Xavier, Shema, Karamoja, Moroto, by Jennifer, by Arua, Nathan, Science and Technology, by Pastor, by Ojok, by former NFA, by Sise Namuju, and by Wilson, by Takumiro, and Yona, Nakawa, Oima, Masaka, Sabakristo, Isodo, Emmanuel. Would you want to speak to your Cotton Development Authority? Cotton.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Alanyo, I was told your uniform is made out of cotton.
Madam Speaker, the cotton industry now contributes more than 900 million US dollars to our economy. And we are importing goods and products of cotton worth over 1 billion US dollars. This sector needs to be strengthened, and government is of the view that the Cotton Development Authority be mainstreamed into the ministry to bring that efficiency and effectiveness that all of us desire. This is the purpose of this bill, and this is the move that we think that, honorable colleagues, you should support this direction so that we can strengthen the sector. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I'm told some MPs are up in the canteen. Please come down. Honorable Commissioner, I need the MPs. Chair, can you? Don't over summarize the way the minister was telling you.
But
you read it.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, I beg to lay the minutes of the committee while considering the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Cotton Development Amendment Bill was read for the first time on 4th April 2024 and referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in accordance with Rule 1291 of the Rules of Procedure, and the committee now reports. The background to the Cotton Development Amendment Bill is the same as the other bills of the RAPEX, some of which we have already gone through, and I wouldn't want to go through the background to rationalization. Right Honorable Speaker, the Cotton Development Organization was established by the Cotton Development Act, Cap 30. It is a statutory body responsible for the promotion of cotton, as well as the monitoring of the production, marketing, and processing of cotton in Uganda. The CDO carries out general inspections and certifications and gives guidance to farmers and ginners on seed cotton and lint quality, as well as on packaging requirements as provided by the Cotton Development Act, Cap 30. Cotton is the third most important cash crop for Uganda after coffee and tea, and is grown in 72 districts of the country. It is a raw material from which a number of products are derived, including uniform for our men in uniform, women in uniform, Uganda Wildlife Authority, UPDF, police, and prisons, and other security agencies. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in Uganda, the key products and textiles and garments are textiles and garments, edible oil, seed cake for livestock feeds, soap and cotton wool for medical purposes, and even masks. Cotton, therefore contributes to industrialization of the country through factories such as ginneries, textile mills, edible oil mills, soap factories, cotton wool manufacturing factories, among others. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is estimated that cotton subsector directly and indirectly employs 2.5 million people as farmers and farm workers, cotton seed buyers, transporters, ginnery workers, cotton exporters, textile and garment manufacturers, and oil millers. The CDO is mandated to promote production, monitoring, marketing, and processing of cotton, and represent all aspects of the cotton subsector. The CDO's activities contribute to 4 of the 6 agro-industrialization objectives, which are increasing agricultural production and productivity, improving post-harvest handling, improving agro-processing and value addition, and strengthening institutional coordination. The cotton subsector has major segments: production, research, ginning, marketing, quality and standards, and value addition. Cotton, having one of the longest agricultural commodity value chains, was identified as one of the strategic commodities under the NDP 3's agro-industrialization program among the 18 priority commodities for the country. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill, the justification for this bill raises 3 questions. Whether there are mandate overlaps between Uganda Cotton Development Organization and Ministry of Agriculture. Whether the Uganda Cotton Development Organization has served the purpose for which it was established. Whether the Uganda Cotton Development Organization cost of administration drained the treasury at the expense of service delivery. Committee observations on whether there are mandate overlaps between CDO and MAIF. The Cotton Development Organization was established in 1994 by an act of parliament to monitor production, processing, and marketing of cotton, so as to enhance the quality of lint exported and locally sold, and to promote the distribution of high-quality cotton seed, and generally to facilitate the development of the cotton industry. CDO is mandated to set standards for Uganda seed cotton and lint against international standards as provided for by Section 5 of the Act. CDO is also a member of the International Cotton Association, Liverpool, and the Bremen Cotton Exchange for purposes of setting quality standards for Uganda's cotton, without which the cotton would not be traded in. Right, Honorable Speaker, every 2 years, CDO presents its standards to these bodies for approval and accreditation. The approved standards are used for trading Ugandan cotton on the international market. CDO is also responsible for determining the farm gate prices at the commencement of cotton market season based on the market price analysis. This function of setting the standards requires a specialized body accredited internationally. There is no gambling in this one, to be able to monitor the production, processing, and marketing of cotton and development of cotton industry. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee notes that in countries such as Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Malawi, which liberalize their cotton industry without setting up a regulator like CDO, the subsector has collapsed and cotton is no more in those countries. The committee observes that regulating on-farm and off-farm cotton activities is a function that requires full-time attention and presence by a specialized agency that is internationally accredited. Such a role is not duplicated anywhere in the mandates of MAIF or any other government agency. Accreditation can only be done by a body corporate. Thus, the need to maintain CDO. Whether CDO has served the purpose for which it was established, CDO is charged with monitoring the production, processing, and marketing of cotton in Uganda. It is also responsible for developing cotton planting seeds, and cotton planting seeds are the most difficult seeds among all the crops to process. It is not like maize where you get just a cob and you plant those seeds. This one is a process. So it is also responsible for developing cotton planting seeds and maintaining the quality of the seed through strict regulations. The entity, Right Honorable Speaker, has also put in place third-party generic monitoring systems to ensure that the quality of seed cotton entering the granary meets the requisite standards. Right Honorable Speaker, in order to ensure that the granaries comply with the standards, CDO has put in place a cotton classing laboratory and at Cotton House in Kampala, which is equipped with the 2 high-volume instruments, HVI testing machines for computerized fiber testing to carry manual classing of cotton lint, prepare fair average quality FAQ standards of cotton seed to guide dealers during the marketing period, and to provide technical advice on cotton quality issues for the cotton stakeholders. Right Honorable Speaker, CDO is currently carrying out cotton seed development under the validation component, from which seeds are supplied to 13 oil millers. Cotton seeds are so unique, like I said earlier, that are not easy to get on the market and are developed by specialized teams, not gamblers. This is a continuous activity, season after season. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the table below shows the contribution of cotton to the household incomes of farmers and foreign exchange earnings. Cotton contributes 14% to agricultural exports as displayed in the table. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observes that monitoring cotton production, processing and marketing, plus quality controls requires swiftness and high levels of efficiency, which can only be provided by a specialized and accredited agency like CDO. With the overwhelming demand of textile products in Uganda and abroad, the task ahead is so enormous that it requires empowering and supporting CDO to mobilize farmers to grow more cotton, quality assurance, consolidate and build on its achievements. Mainstreaming CDO into MAIF will lead to failure to promote quality cotton and loss of market. And now that we are discouraging second-hand clothes, so it is better that we emphasize on this. Right Honorable Speaker, on whether the cotton Thank you, my Deputy Chair, for doing a service to a sister. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the other question is whether CDO's costs of administration drain the treasury at the expense of service delivery. Cotton remains an important cash crop in Uganda, ranked third after coffee and tea. It is the main source of income for about 250,000 households who cultivate cotton under rain-fed conditions and with a minimal use of inputs such as fertilizers and chemicals. CDO over the year has painstakingly built the cotton quality system through rigorous training of staff and investment in cotton laboratories. Cotton runs a modern cotton classing laboratory with the internationally accredited cotton classers, which has resulted into the recognition of Ugandan cotton at the international market, where it fetches a premium price. Cotton, being a seasonal crop, requires timely supply of viable planting seed. CDO has maintained the quality of cotton planting seed through strict regulation of ginning and management of cotton seed. And when you go to the recently constructed processing facility in Pade district, you'll see what we are talking about. CDO staff have built expertise over time, Right Honorable Speaker, and currently a Ugandan who is a cotton classifier now serves on the International Cotton Association, Bremen Cotton Exchange, ICA Bremen Cotton Testing Laboratory Certification Committee. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, despite the above achievements, the government during the financial year 2023 allocated only 5.37 billion to the CDO. Sometimes allocation is 2 billion. The CDO has been an underfunded entity, yet over 250,000 households in Uganda survive on cotton. Besides the allocated funds and being a marginalized subsector, CDO was able to contribute 4.1 billion as NTR to the consolidated fund. The agency is mainly supported by private sector, and I don't know how private sector can accept to be merged under a government entity. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the certificate of financial implications provided by the Ministry of Finance only focuses on the savings calculated based on non-taxable revenues contributed by the sector, without valuing the technical advice and quality assurance provided by CDO. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, The committee is alive to the government's intentions to revive the cotton production value chain, investment in apparel for export and garment production in the country. The committee further appreciates the role played by CDO in promoting quality cotton production and market access. CDO is a member of international cotton standard bodies, the International Cotton Advisory Committee, the International Cotton Association, Liverpool and Bremen Cotton Exchange. To be a member of these cotton standard bodies, it is a requirement for a country to have a cotton regulatory body for purposes of standards enforcement. Without a cotton regulatory body, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it will be difficult to sell Ugandan cotton on the international market at a premium price. The committee therefore notes that the justification to rationalize the Cotton Development Organization is not tenable and not good for the economy, and recommends that the bill entitled the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024 should not be passed, and this is also in line with the ad hoc committee report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Next.
Bill second reading. The National Agricultural Advisory Services Amendment Bill 2024.
Yes. Honorable Minister, can you move a motion?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that
Honorable members.
the bill entitled the National Agriculture Advisory Services.
Honorable members, listen. If you want to achieve what you want, you first listen.
Madam Speaker,
we are now on food security.
I'm moving that the bill entitled the National Agriculture Advisory Services Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Rukungiri, is the motion seconded? Honorable Emigu Mbwa, is the... I am saying is the motion seconded, is seconded by the whole house. Would you want to speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker, as we have stated in the bills to rationalize and mainstream, this particular bill is aimed at streamlining the services of the NADs into the ministry. Colleagues, it's important to note that we are not taking away the roles and responsibilities of giving advice to our farmers. They remain. What we are trying to do is to combine and merge administration costs so that we can provide services in a more effective and efficient manner. Colleagues, it's important that we listen to this argument. We already have extension services under the Ministry of Agriculture. So our extension staff are already in every sub-counties. We have a research department under the ministry. So bringing these NADs in the ministry, working together.
Honorable Minister, you continue. Don't allow this disrupt us.
Working together with the Extension Services Department, the Research and Development Department, and then the advisory services will actually offer better services to the country. And I know that your secondment of this motion was actually in support of mainstreaming this these services. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister, since you're even given full powers, you're supposed to have given us our CDC during this season.
Food crops like maize, I repeat, like maize, beans, bananas, and all the rest that are lined up have been the role of nuts. And this has led to increased agricultural production and productivity and promoted food security. The committee notes that cash crops like tea and cocoa, regulatory agency, are being promoted by nuts. As a result of nuts interventions, production in the tea sector has steadily increased, with the country producing 81,675 metric tons of tea in 2022, worth Uganda shillings 88.36 million US dollars, in comparison to 50,055 tons produced in 2017. Speaker, since members are very fast readers and they have read all those figures, I want to go straight to the observations. The committee observes that NADS has critical ongoing projects which are aligned with government priorities, like increasing household incomes, import substitution, poverty eradication, and market access. NADS has contributed to transformation of households from the subsistence economy from 68% to 39%. And these are figures from UBOS Statistical Abstract 2022 and MAIF Statistical Abstract 2023. Rationalization of NADS will lead to a reversal of the achievements attained so far. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also notes that Uganda has achieved relative food security and has become the food basket for the East African region through the efforts of NADS. About 40.1% of households have achieved a balanced diet, and 45% consume 3 meals per day, an increase from 40% in 2015. Rationalization of NADS will lead to reversal of the food security gains, and it is the only entity that has been managing food security interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, on whether NADS has served the purpose for which it was established, the committee noted that increased production of high-value crops has stimulated establishment of processing facilities. For instance, 5 foreign investors have established avocado processing factories in Manamamve, Buikwe, Nakaseke, Kasese, and Chenjojo. The handling of the avocado produce has improved through these investors who are able to utilize and add value to all the avocado produced in Uganda and generate more export earnings under the guidance of NADS. On a right of agriculture, that NADS is better placed to deliver as a frontline agency of the ministry. Secondly, this is an ongoing and not a term responsibility that needs to be maintained. NADS has become the face of the MAIF with the farmers throughout the country, and it has become the household name in most of the families. The committee does not believe that MAIF can substitute NADS on food security and perform in this endeavor. On whether the NADS administration costs are so high that they drain the treasury and the expense of service delivery, the committee notes that they claim savings are more than the projected budget for financial year 2024-2025 by Uganda shillings 67.88 billion. This is unbelievable, as NADS has been allocated only 35.5 billion in financial year 2024-2025. And this is the analysis of the certificate of financial implication for NADS. The committee also notes that although NADS does not collect NTR, it is an important player in the agricultural value chain, which is the mainstay of Uganda's economy. The current level of GDP and export growth and employment creation is majorly based on agricultural production that NADS has helped to grow and to sustain. It would be reckless to mainstream NADS into MAIF and risk this gain. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, the pivotal role played by NADS in filling the gaps in the agricultural sector and providing demand-driven services in line with modern agricultural trends and global market demands cannot be overemphasized. This calls for strengthening of the institution rather than mainstreaming it into the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, The committee therefore recommends that the National Agricultural Advisory Services Amendment Bill 2024 for purposes of food security evaluation should not be passed. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We go to the last one.
Bill's second reading, the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time.
Thank you. Seconded? Is the bill seconded? Is it seconded? Seconded? Honorable members, we are seconding the bill, the motion to the bill to be read for the second time. Now, the minister, would you substantiate? By the whole house has seconded. Substantiate?
Madam Speaker, in 1986.
Honorable Minister, before you come in, I have some young stars up there. And they are students and teachers from King Norton International School located in Wakiso. You're most welcome. First, stand up and we see you. Stand up. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Yes. Thank you so much for coming. You're welcome. Please have a seat. Is the chairperson of gender here? Where? Deputy. Okay, come.
Madam Speaker, in justification for this bill, in 1986, our country was exporting 4.5 million bags of coffee. As we speak, because of the good programs and support that we have given this sector, we are now producing more than 20 million bags of coffee. The same government that has been able to put in place this support and effort support the coffee sector is the same government that has realized some gaps that we have in this sector. And we think that the gaps that we have in the sector are mainly to do with research and development, close supervision can be cured by mainstreaming the Coffee Development Authority into the ministry. I can appreciate the mood in the House that, and I play that, Madam Speaker, I play that you will give an opportunity, this important bill, to reach the third stage so that you can appreciate the amendments that we are bringing forth. If we put the Coffee Development Authority under the ministry will be supported more in terms of research and development, will support the vision of growing the exports of our country. In my opinion and the opinion of government, will actually not affect the roles and responsibilities of Uganda Development Coffee Authority. It will only look at the administration. So, honorable colleagues and Madam Speaker, I recommend that this bill will be given an opportunity to reach the third stage. I thank you.
Thank you. We have not started debate. We have not started debate. Chair, give us a summary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, I beg to lay the minutes of the meetings of the Committee on Agriculture while considering the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill was also read for the first time on the 4th of April and referred to the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, is a statutory body established in 1991 by the Uganda Development Authority Act, CAP 325, which repealed and was replaced by the National Coffee Act number 17 of 2021. It was formed following the coffee subsector reforms and market liberalization program in 1990, which resulted into the separation of the regulatory and trading functions and the monopoly in the export of coffee that existed then. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has already been given the object and justification for the bill, but the justification, Right Honorable Speaker, raises some questions on whether the mandate overlaps between UCDA and MAIF exists, and whether UCDA has served the purpose for which it was established, and whether Uganda Coffee Development Authority's costs of administration drain the treasury at the expense of service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, in consideration of this bill, the committee met those ministries, did documentary review of those documents, and the committee received a long list of 28 written submissions from those entities. Uganda Cultural and Development Foundation, honorable colleagues, you can read them, they are there. Obukama Bwabu Nyoro Kitara and others. All this, Right Honorable Speaker, wrote their written submissions to make a case for UCDA not to be merged. And all these are value chain actors in the coffee subsector. Committee findings and observations. The committee established that UCDA derives its mandate from the National Coffee Act. That was 2021. Under sections 4 and 5, the functions of UCDA are to regulate all on-farm and off-farm activities in the coffee value chain, promote and oversee the quality of coffee along the value chain, support research and development, promote production, and improve the marketing of coffee to optimize earnings for coffee stakeholders in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee notes that UCDA plays a pivotal role in overseeing coffee quality to ensure compliance with the export contracts and international food safety standards. Right Honorable Speaker, in the European markets that constitute 60% of the Ugandan coffee sales.
Proceed, yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have read the bill. We are well versed with what is in the report.
You have read the report?
We've read the report. We are well versed with what is in the report. We would only request that for purposes of saving time, we go to observations and conclusions, and we... Right Honorable Speaker, you read the mood of the House?
No, I've not read anything. I've not read anything.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Me, I'm ready to put a question.
That is very good. So Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural matter is basically
to summarize.
Yes, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, now I can over-summarize. Judging from the mood of the House, the committee concluded that there is no duplication of UCDA's mandate with MAI for any government agency. The committee observes that coffee sector is an important export earner that should be independently regulated to meet the demands of the export market. The civil service mode of operation and service delivery cannot efficiently undertake and deliver this mandate. It is important to note that UCDA has increased the production volumes of coffee from 3.5 million 60 kilogram bags in 2014-15 to 8.06 million 60 kilogram bags currently, and with a medium-term target of 20 million bags by 2019-2030. Merging the mandate and abolishing it risk derailing this very critical target. Right Honorable Speaker, on whether UCDA has served the purpose for which it was established, the committee notes that government is committed to achieving a target of producing 20 million bags by 2030. And this was under the coffee roadmap, which was launched by His Excellency, the President, in 2017. And it is being coordinated by Dr. Suruma, the former Minister of Agriculture. So UCDA has distributed seedlings, and this is likely to increase production as the country looks towards achieving the coffee roadmap. Right Honorable Speaker, Vietnam learned about coffee from us, but because of their robust arrangements of not moving forward and backward, they achieved what we intend to achieve in 2013 in 2015. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Figure 1 shows the trend of coffee export volumes and value from 2023, 2024, 04 to 2022, 2023 in $1 million. Right Honorable Speaker, on quality assurance, the committee observes that coffee quality control requires swiftness. There is no postponement and high levels of efficiency, which is best provided under the agency model. The committee also observes that despite the commendable achievements by UCDA, the task ahead is enormous and requires empowering and supporting UCDA to sustain, consolidate, and build on its achievements. Mainstreaming UCDA risks failure to promote quality coffee, affects research efforts, and may lead to market information asymmetry. It will also jeopardize critical functions, leading to adverse effects on Uganda coffee exports and global competitiveness. According to the organogram provided by Ministry of Public Service, coffee is supposed to go under a division under the Department for Agricultural Production. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee concludes that the mandate of UCDA is never ending. Areas like Karamoja have just been brought on board and other parts of the country. And it promotes one of our key export earners that has a multiplier effect throughout the economy, creating jobs, supporting livelihoods, and resulting into economic growth and development. This mandate is better served by the agency model of coffee development in line with other coffee exporting countries. The committee notes that the experience of Kenya and Ethiopia on rationalization resulted in reduced coffee production on exports, and these countries have now adopted the agency model, such as UCDA. Uganda is the 7th largest coffee producer globally and is ranked 3rd in terms of quality coffee. In Africa, Uganda stands 2nd in coffee production and the 1st in exports in Africa. With the proposed rationalization of UCDA, Uganda risks losing these gains due to red tape and bureaucracies. On whether UCDA cost of administration drains the treasury at the expense of service delivery, Table 1 shows the non-tax revenue collections by UCDA for the last 5 years. And Right Honorable Speaker, the budget estimates for financial year 2024 put UCDA budget at 44.76 billion. The certificate of financial implication indicates the net saving as a result of rationalization will amount to 82.19 billion in financial year 2024-2025, which will be 38.54 billion more than the projected budget. The committee therefore notes that the CFI on coffee is inaccurate. The savings claim will not be realized as indicated in the certificate of financial implication. Right Honorable Speaker, I have already talked about the coffee roadmap. It was next, where we intend to achieve 20 million bags of 60 kilogram bags of coffee by 2030. And the country is not about to retract from the coffee roadmap unless maybe the House will be informed about any new developments about that. Right Honorable Speaker, on comparative analysis with other top coffee producing countries, the committee observed that in all successful coffee producing countries, coffee is regulated by specialized agencies. The agency model has proven to be efficient in most coffee producing countries in the world. And when you go to the next table, Right Honorable Speaker, table 2 shows countries with the specialized agency model for coffee, including the #1 coffee exporting country and producer and exporter, which is Brazil. Even Vietnam, which is now #2 globally. So those are the statistics, Right Honorable Speaker, of the success of the agency model in the countries that are coffee growing. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore notes that to achieve increased coffee production, promote quality assurance, and exploit market opportunities, the government needs to empower UCDA to remain a semi-autonomous agency to promote coffee production and marketing. Right Honorable Speaker, recently the AU declared coffee a crop for the continent, and we are the pearl of Africa. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee is alive to the need for a comprehensive and responsive law that addresses production, processing, storage, and sale of all cash crops in the country. The committee further appreciates the role of UCDA has played in promoting good quality coffee and opening up markets that have helped farmers to get better prices. Mainstreaming into the civil service will negatively affect the achievements Uganda has attained in quality coffee production and export and access to international market, thus stunting economic growth and development. UCDA has invested heavily in coffee quality assurance, the reason Uganda has displaced other countries in the global markets. Coffee quality control requires swiftness. Uganda's coffee processing engineers, not just an engineer, are currently deployed to monitor quality compliance of 506 primary processors, 22 washing stations, 23 roasters, 704 buying stores, and 37 export grading stores on a day-to-day basis. Any delays in the enforcement of quality standards with any of the value chain actors will negatively affect the quality of coffee and Uganda's competitiveness on the market. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee therefore recommends that the bill entitled the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024 should not be passed by this House. I beg to report.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much for the report. Reports, not report. And honorable member, thank you. I just want to hear something from the minister who was in charge of RAPEX. What was the basis of rationalizing those 4 entities? Let's first hear from him, because you know, this did not come from the president. It came from the minister responsible. And the minister advised the president, and that was the basis. That's how it went to cabinet. So I want to hear from the RAPEX minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want
Secretary General.
I am a Secretary General of the Patriotic League of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to debate now, but I just want you to forgive the minister, and also on my behalf and on behalf of all the patriots. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore and also request the minister, because yesterday bribed by some entities that they
reading in the House, advise us.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, indeed I've been in the House. I have read, heard, and seen. But Right Honorable Speaker, I think in line with our democratic process and the right ushered in, of course, by the NRM government, and the right to be heard. And also to maybe put the other alternative, I think it's in order that for me, I say something. Briefly, I'm a person of very few words, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm not going to take a lot of time, such that
By the way, Honorable Minister, I'm not saying you withdraw the bill. I'm not saying you withdraw.
That's right, you have not said it. And by the way, maybe to make my stand quite clear, that I'm not in spite of the plea that has been given, to say let's withdraw or let's no. But just briefly listen to the other alternative, and then of course it's your prerogative and your right to take a decision. Right Honorable Speaker, one thing I think that is clear is that there has been a policy shift. That policy shift regarding all these agencies and so on, which has been codenamed RAPEX. This policy shift has actually been championed by government, arising from a long history of service delivery, which was recommended by the Public Service Review Commission way back, even before I came on the scene. And actually, many changes have taken place. And until we have reached this change, this moment where I've come in and championing some fresh look at agencies. And of course, for it to go full cycle, there will be other changes coming. So it's a policy shift. Indeed, we have had a very good report from the committee. However, what I think we should not lose focus of is that all these activities, all these functions, all these measures, international and local and so on, are not going to be lost. They are going to be preserved, they are going to be improved, and everything will be okay. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm summarizing. Yes, I'm summarizing. I have sat here, I have listened, and I think I've been very disciplined because I've not heckled. And I think really this August House, many times, really, most of the time, is not known for heckling. And it is also a very balanced House.
No, you're not going, you don't divert the members.
Yes, I'm not diverting.
Talk about your bills.
Yes, I'm not
How
diverting.
members echo, shout, or whichever, I am the one to rule on that.
I was saying.
Yeah? You bring your point.
My point is, and I've made it, that the functions are not going to be lost. The other point that I'd like to make, Right Honorable Speaker, is that indeed, under RAPEX, there are going to be substantial savings. And these savings certainly will be plowed back into a more robust service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, when I now concentrate on NATS, this is an example of really a situation which has been overtaken by events. First of all, there are a number of policies that we have adopted. For instance, the PDM, we have adopted that. And that is for most of its main shift, what it's going to do is actually going to do what NADS has been doing. Secondly, some of the achievements attributed to NADS, and if you look at the history of NADS, some of them really, let's not forget that there have been other players as well, Right Honorable Speaker. There's the player that I note here in the committee report, a player known as Operation Wealth Creation. Yes, which to the main has actually assisted NADS. The same is true in some of the accomplishments which have been attributed to the Coffee Development Authority. And let's not forget, really, that Operation Wealth Creation, because of the discipline of its actors, has really played a very significant role. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there seems to be some negative feeling that when there is mainstreaming, all the good skills, all the learning that we have achieved, which forms now a big repertoire and a strong foundation of our development, is going to disappear just because maybe a name like Development Authority, like NADS and so on has gone. But I might pause and say, what is in a name? That is a question in one of the Shakespearean texts. What is in a name? Yes. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I would like to implore the House that actually support these bills, let them pass. History will judge us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Right,
And
Honorable
indeed,
Speaker.
history will judge us.
I have not heard from the minister, most especially where he blackmailed this institution, where he blackmailed you, Right Honorable Speaker, where he blackmailed fellow ministers himself, and he was on record. I want to request the Honorable Minister to come here and be on record, not to substantiate, but to withdraw that statement, because we are here on behalf of our people. I beg to submit.
Right Honorable Speaker, the word blackmail is very strong.
You know one thing, you can only substantiate but not withdraw what is not on the official record, but you can substantiate.
I am not a blackmailer. I have never been a blackmailer. I really take a lot of offense to be accused here in the House that I'm a blackmailer. And therefore, there's nothing to start. I have not blackmailed anybody, you see. And I wouldn't really, I don't take it kindly that a colleague would stand up here.
Honorable members,
Thank you.
just one thing is our conscience is very clear. Everybody's conscience here is clear. Nobody has been bribed. Whatever you're doing here, you're doing it for and on behalf of your people. And whether people want to go blackmailing or whichever, saying somebody has been bribed, that's their business. For us, let's do what we ought to do. So for me, the debate is open. Yes, there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, I have a lot of sympathies with my very senior brother and friend, the Honorable Minister. To have bills you brought in good faith, finding themselves in that kind of unfortunate situation they are in right now, you have my sympathies. Of course, I appreciate the shift in government policy towards through RAPEX. And government has had lots of shifts in policy, but again, had reversals as a problem. Just like we run a private sector-led economy and then end up giving contracts on blue letters. We appreciate those challenges, I don't know, Speaker. In the circumstances, Honorable Speaker.
These bills were not formed on blue letters. They were by acts of this parliament. And that's why they've come back to this parliament, either for a repeal, amendment. So remove the blue letters.
I appreciate it, Speaker. I was just trying to make a juxtaposition for the Honourable Minister to understand my misgivings about government policy and the policy reversals we have suffered over the years. But in the circumstances, would it be okay to save time and also save the Honourable Minister the pain of seeing the death, the demise of these bills at infancy, to ask the Speaker to call bill by bill and the vote is taken, that we don't have to waste so much time. If we agree to proceed, then we proceed and then save this House time to go to the next business. Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to indulge that move like that.
Is that supported? Okay. No, it has been supported already. We are going bill by bill. So sit. You have all seconded. Honorable Abudu, welcome back. We are happy to have you back. And sorry for what happened to you. We continue standing by you, our good friend, Honorable Abudu Katuntu. Honorable members in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from SC Planter. They are led by the ambassador of Uganda to Japan and the ambassador, Honorable Kawa Tofas. Our very own, we miss you. And the delegation, we have Dr. Kim, who is the CEO of SC Planter. You're most welcome. You're in good hands when you're with our very own. We have Mr. Ian, the Chief Legal Officer. You're most welcome. We have Miss Hiromi, most welcome. That is, then we have Miss Masako, most welcome. They are here to observe the proceedings this afternoon. Most welcome. This is Parliament of Uganda and the people-centered parliament. Honorable members, as you've said, I am going to put a question, bill by bill, and for the second reading. If you want us to continue with the bill for the second reading, you say aye. And when we continue for the second reading, then we shall have defeated the committee report. Okay? But if you don't want us to continue, then you say what? Then it will stop there. And we will maintain the status quo. Honorable members, I am going to put a question. There are 4 motions. And just for a matter of clarity, if you're not in for the bill continuing, you say nay. If you're in for the bill to continue and be taken back to the ministry, you say aye. Are we together? Yes. Oh, you want to put up your hands? Honorable members, I put a question that honorable members, I put a question that the National Agricultural Advisory Services Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Nay. Honorable members, unfortunately, I had only one eye. The nays have it. Honorable members, I put a question that the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I put a question that the National Coffee Amendments Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The nays have it.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Right Honorable
members,
Speaker, just a second.
honorable members, I put a question that the dairy industry amendment bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The nays have it.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to thank this House. But Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members of this House that the job we've done, there is a second leg. Let us ensure that in the budget process, these agencies are well resourced, that they have the monies allocated to do their mandate. We need the coffee, we need the cotton, we need the dairy, and we need to play to the highest standards. And we urge all those committees where resources are. Let us find the resources. That is our role. And we ensure that these resources are in the budget and fully appropriated. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. First, allow me, I guess on behalf of all the colleagues, to thank the honorable member, the chair of the committee, for a very wonderful report, well written. This is one of the best written reports I've seen in a long time in this House. I want to thank the committee members. And
we had a necessary report.
No, I'm saying in this time, not our time. Not in the 10th Parliament, but as Honorable Speaker. The clerk of that committee, I want to really appreciate the way the report was written and the members. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's something I picked from the report which the chairperson hinted.
Oh, wait, and I first tell you what I picked from the report. Why was the authority formed? What hasn't it done? And what needs to be corrected?
Thank you.
And if all reports would be like that we formed this authority, what is that we have not done? And what do we need to do to improve on what we have failed to do? Then it would be moving on the right direction. We shouldn't just come here omnibus, rationalization. Let's have a basis for it. You may not talk about the quantitative reason or analysis, but you need to look at it. What is that you have failed to do that you need to ought to have done?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for elucidating further on why I was appreciating the committee, that it was based on those points. The second one, which the Minister of Finance, I wish he could listen. I wish the Minister of Finance could listen, which was brought out from the committee regarding the certificate of financial implication, where you are saying you are going to save about 80 billion. Yet the budget you have always provided for UCDA is 48 billion. How could you make such a mistake? You have been providing every year 48 billion, but you are saying you are going to save 80 billion. Would you like to elaborate and make us understand how that is possible? If not, apologize to this House for bringing a wrong document. Thank you.
Honorable members, can we hear from the sponsor first?
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister and the Minister of Agriculture, I would like to thank the House for passing the two bills, the agricultural
We have
chemical.
passed 6.
I was coming to that, for passing in favor of government position, the Agricultural Chemicals Control Amendment Bill 2024, and the other bill. Madam Speaker, on the four bills, the coffee, the cotton, nuts, and dairy, we take note that this parliament is a temple of democracy, and you have exercised your democratic right. We have a duty as government to go and address these bills better. Hopefully, next time you look at them in a different eye. I thank you.
Honorable members, give, okay, Francis.
Thank you so much, Rationalization Speaker. Rationalization Speaker, I also want to thank the chair of the committee for a good report, but I also want to thank the members for standing together for the good of this country. Rationalization Speaker, we have done this because we are a voice of our people. For food security, for value addition, now we can go and mobilize them more, so that is realized. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much. And you all want to talk about what has gone.
Thank you. Proceed.
Right,
we
right
still
Honorable
have-
Speaker, yes, I am not debating on this one, but Right Honorable Speaker, I want Honorable Bahati to come back here because the issue I raised about Honorable Muruli Mukasa, where some of these people, no, I'm not saying that he should come back and answer on behalf of Honorable Muruli Mukasa, but when you hear what he has said, he said, when we come back, maybe next time you support us. It means that they will go convince the president, blackmail us, that we have been bribed. I want him to come back on record because here, Honorable Bahati, we are defending our people. We are not defending our interests.
Honorable members, the government has a right to come back if they think we've done something wrong. We also have a right to do what we have done again.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Kawanda, the first time member of parliament, maybe has not learned this particular one. Listen, maybe the Honorable Kawanda, as you have said, Madam
Honorable members, listen.
As you have said,
Honorable members, why the excitement?
We cannot blackmail.
Let me tell you.
We do not have that capacity.
You're just a minute. You're full of excitement. If I ask any of you, who has just one tree of coffee? So if you have them, then keep quiet and listen to what they are saying. That will help your coffee. Yes.
I said we cannot blackmail parliament, but the executive has the right to bring any matter to the House, and the House has the right to take any decision about the matter brought by the executive. So, Honorable Kawanda, there is no contradiction, and I thank you for all the decisions I've taken.
Thank you so much, honorable members and the honorable ministers. I want to thank you. Of course, it's a give and take. And can we go to the next bills? Let's just have the next for gender, then
Bill,
We have lunch.
Bill second reading. The children,
Honorable members, stop. Now you've started getting out. Sise,
the Children Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister, can you move the motion?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Children Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time.
Seconded? Is the motion seconded by Isaac Silwanyi, Honorable Minister O.O. Sanoni, Dorcas, Honorable Katuntu, even when you're seated. The bill is seconded. Would you love to speak to it?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker and members. Honorable Speaker, this bill was enacted as an act in 2016. Since that time, the board has never been appointed. We've had technical team that has been take caring the authority. The proposition is to dissolve the authority and mainstream the function in the ministry, and the ministry as a department fully functional that handles issues related to children. And since it has not been functional since its enactment, and the ministry under the Department of Children has been able to manage efficiently and coordinate all the mandates, we support that it be mainstream in the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Could you give us a brief report to that? We are mainstreaming
Thanks very much,
the
Right Honorable Speaker.
main ministry.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've been requested by my chair to represent her with on other duties. I think you are aware. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present the report on the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development on Children's Amendment Bill 2024. But before I proceed, Chair, allow me and I beg to lay on table the minutes and the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm tabling the report on the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development on the Children's Amendment Bill 2024. I will try to be brief, but I need to give the introduction. The Children's Amendment Bill was read for the first time on 1st April 2024 and referred to our committee and did its service. The background of the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, is the same as other bills that we have funded. It's about rationalization of the government agencies. The legal framework of the National Children's Authority, Right Honorable Speaker, I need to give it so that members can know where it came from. The Constitution provides under Article 34 for the rights of child and provides for the children's rights to health, right to education, and the right to protection from exploitation. The Children's Act, Cap 59, is the primary law on the children's matters that puts into effect the Constitution provisions. Right Honorable Speaker, African Charter on the Rights and the Welfare of the African Child, other relevant laws and policies on children's matters include the Penal Code Act, Cap 120, the Employment Act 2006, the Computer Misuse Act 2011, the Anti-Pornography Act 2014, and the Prevention of Trafficking of Persons Act 2009. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I will not go to the methodology which you have already read and the documents reviewed. Let me go to the rationale for the dissolution of the National Children's Authority.
Government has put forward the following argument to justify the rationalization of government agencies, including restructuring, reorganizing, realigning of the public service structures, the removal of duplication of roles between the Department of Children Affairs and the Ministry, and to reduce wastage of public funds. That is the government side. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the implication of dissolving the National Children's Authority is important to be forwarded. During the interaction with the National Children's Authority, the committee was informed that the proposal to dissolve the authority would have the following negative implication for the persons presented hereby. Increase in the case of children's rights violation. Children, by virtue of their age, are vulnerable to issues like child trafficking, sexual harassment, child labor, child sacrifice, child marriages, teenager pregnancies, etc. For instance, the National Labor Survey of 2020 indicated that 6 million children are trapped in child labor and street children are more than 10,000, according to the National Child Policy 2020. And the National Children's Authority has been put at the forefront for addressing the issues. Therefore, the issues at hand are likely to escalate due to the gap that is going to be created by the abolition of the authority. Lack of political will to protect the children. The bill is silent about government's commitment to supporting children's rights affairs and protection of children from exploitation and manifest vulnerability. There is a capacity challenge already, which is danger in the Department of Children in the ministry, has failed to address the affairs of children challenges sufficiently. Potential effects on compliance with the international instruments. The abolition of the authority will be a setback to the effects of Uganda in complying with its obligation as a signatory to the international instruments. Country, and yet Uganda is leading example for other countries to benchmark on the best practices. Such international instruments include the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, 1990. For instance, Article 120 of the East African Community Child Policy tasks partner states that include Uganda to make sure that children are given maximum protection due to their vulnerability. Loss of jobs and further marginalization. These are observations of the committee. The bill in the relevant clauses states that staff of the councils may be redeployed subject to the availability of the positions. This implies that some people may lose their jobs if no positions are available. Hence, further marginalization of persons of those groups currently employed. The committee notes that the transition process of the employees who may lose jobs is unclear and non-committal. Lack of an independent structure to provide checks and balances on the Ministry of Children's Affairs. The authority was providing research, guidance, checks and balances to ensure effectiveness in tackling the challenges faced by the children. Therefore, there would be lack of scrutiny of gaps in service delivery on matters of children. With the dissolution of the authority, the country will lose an intermediary for marginalized and vulnerable groups of children who are being left out during the service delivery by the ministry. Committee observations and recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker. 1, inadequate consultation of stakeholders. The councils and the National Children's Authority, who are the key stakeholders, were not consulted on the rationalization process, although the Commissioner, Equity and Compliance represented the Minister on the working group. Recommendations. The Minister of Public Service should in future carry out adequate consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, especially with the implementation structures prior to formulation of the bill. And honorable members, we have already foreseen that. Most of the committees were complaining, and that's why some ministers could not come because they failed to convince the committees. Dissolving of the National Children's Authority. Clause 4 of the bill dissolves the National Children's Authority with its board and the Secretariat as established under Section 9A of the Children's Act, Cap 59, thereby creating a gap in the specific monitoring and supervision of implementation of policies for safeguarding children as a unique special interest group. Children as a unique special interest group. Recommendation. The committee recommends strongly that there is great need to have an independent body responsible for the protection for children's rights, notwithstanding the intended resolution of the National Children's Authority. In fact, it is using a polite language that maintain the same. So deletion of clause 10.3, which the minister has already accepted that the board, ever since it was created, it was not appointed, neither did it function. The committee recommended that when we reach the committee stage, 10.3 should be deleted because it is redundant. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding government's decision to rationalize government agencies, and that includes the National Children's Authority, the committee strongly argues that the children being of tender age, they are vulnerable to exploitation. The issues of children should be given urgent and special attention. The ad hoc committee that was set up by Parliament to discuss the issue of rationalization and recommended that agencies in the social development sector should not be rationalized. With the abolition of the authority, there will be a no independent government agency on children related to matters, and therefore a big gap in the role of policy information, consultation, efficient protection of children's rights in Uganda. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honourable members, you've heard the issue of the children. The bill which is before us on the Children's Amendments Bill 2024. Honourable Minister, you've heard what the chair said, that he should maintain the act as it is. Is that agreeable with you?
Right Honorable Speaker, what is in the report of the committee is agreeing with the position of government in the amendment. Because I have the report.
What is the position of government?
That the authority is dissolved and the function
is taken to the mainstream.
Yes,
and the department.
Yes, under of children. The only difference with the committee is there are certain functions like registration of children where they are moving it to national registration.
You know, the report is in agreement with the government position. But now the former minister brought in personal feelings. You brought in personal feelings. Honorable members, what government is saying, let's take this sector to avoid a lot of having institutions. You are the ones who are saying we should have a lean government. And in the process of having a lean one, let's take it back to the ministry. And when we have it in the ministry, we have a department of children. We have a department of youth, a department of women. What's wrong with that? We shall be reducing costs. Harriet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Members, for me personally, I have no problem with the report of the committee. And personally, I support the take that they create for them a department and we streamline there. It is okay, it has no issues because it does not counter the protection of the rights of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rights of children in every country is a mandate. of the state to make.
Honorable members, we have a Minister of Children and gender, not so. So what is the problem? Why wouldn't we take these children to the minister? Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The information I've got from the minister in charge of gender is that this authority has not been working because the board has not been getting funds. Therefore, it doesn't even have a board at the moment, which means it has not been working. And in the ministry, they have a department in charge of children. And the minister has been supervising that department. So I think there is no problem having this or the functions taken to the ministry. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Sure.
I want to agree with the committee report because already the ministry has structures. The ministry already has structures. And one of its mandate is to work for the welfare of the children. I therefore want to agree with the committee report that let the children and other sectors be taken back to the ministry so that they can streamline well and work well for the children of this country.
Santa. Hey, there's a Frank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the committee concludes, it puts forward that whereas there is interest in government rationalization, but the children of this country, Uganda, have to have an independent body that will keep in check this government. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issues of the children or the generation that we want to create for this country that will come after us and before or after our grandchildren, they need to see that at least this government or this parliament stood firm for the authority that was there to look onto government to see that it does what it has to do. Right, Honorable Speaker, the authority informed us that they have never been given a budget to run anything. What they receive is just for the wages and some few administrative costs, meaning it might be intended by this government to keep the authority redundant, and later on they come under.
So what is your position?
Our position is that we retain the authority as it will give advice and will keep.
So should we take the Minister of Children also to the authority?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the ministry or the Minister for Education for the children and the young people in Uganda is there to see how these agencies work. He is supposed to guide on the operations, but these people have not been having the board to do their work.
Will it cause any harm if you took this department into gender and be under the Minister of the Children?
Yeah,
Will it cause any harm?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the reasons that government gave for rationalization was to cut administrative costs.
Actually, we shall have cut it.
No, we are not cutting anything because, Right, Honorable Speaker, this agency has been receiving 325 million every year to cater for only the rent and other things like wages. They have not received any money to carry out any activity in line with looking for our children or looking for how our children can be better served in the country. It's better that we just look on how we can operationalize these agencies than putting them under the ministry where they will not serve the purpose of which they were created.
Samuel, I wish you people would program your minds in a way that agriculture did. That did it serve the purpose? And if she didn't serve the purpose, why don't you go back where it was? Yes, Samuel?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the committee that now that we have a minister in charge of children affairs, and we are moving this to the ministry, and the same issue of the children will be taken care of by the ministry. It will be prudent that we move the agency as a department under the ministry to save costs.
Thank you. A motion?
Thank you so
There's a
much.
motion.
Thank you,
Thank you
Right
so
Honorable
much.
Speaker.
Thank you
There's
so
a,
much.
there's a
Thank you
motion.
so much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion that since the report of the committee is very clear and the contributions of the members is very clear, we have the ministry in charge of the children affairs. I move that we now go for the second reading and you put a question, Madam Speaker.
Seconded. Seconded by Okiror, by Ayo, Kavanda, the youth. The youth have, the children have seconded. The all house are seconded. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Children's Amendments Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Children Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Honorable members, Honorable Sereko is here intimidating me.
Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot intimidate you, Madam Chair. And you are aware I cannot. I was only trying to put a point across. And you can pick it here if you want. Of course, definitely.
And it's okay. It's
Definitely.
Okay, it's okay.
That for the youth council structure.
You're not going.
No, I'm not. No, don't worry. In future, yeah, I know. For the youth council structures, take it. Maybe it may help you. It's okay, but listen to it. It might affect the electoral college that elects the youth councillors and the youth members of parliament. Just take note.
Okay.
Put it in mind.
We've noted it. Okay, okay.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. Clause 1, amendment of Section 1 of the Principal Act. Clause 1 is amended by substituting the definition of the word ministry for the following. Ministry means the ministry responsible for children affairs. Justification: to clearly capture the relevant ministry in charge of affairs of children and to ensure clarity. I beg to move.
Minister?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause.
Honorable, both, I want to appoint you to come and stand in for AG. Yes, Scott, Tony Scott, the AG. He wants to accept. Be on record that you have accepted the appointment for now. While you were in the house, you're supporting the house.
Right, Honorable Chair. Thank you for your wise guidance. You've guided me to come and take the right position, because government, there should not be any vacuum in government. Whether the Attorney General is engaged in State House or elsewhere with the traders, the vacuum should not be created. And I accept the challenge and your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Clause 2.
Clause 2. I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. Clause 3 is amended by inserting immediately after the word children, the word affairs. Justification. This is in consequential amendment having ratified the definition of the ministry responsible for children and also to ensure clarity.
Honorable Minister.
No objection.
AG.
For the record, my opinion should not be binding here. I'm not holding the proper fort, but as a government, we agree with the position since the minister is.
Thank you. I put a question that the clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 7 is amended by substituting it for the following. Amendment of Section 43I of the Principal Act. Section 43I of the Principal Act is amended by substituting by subsection 1 the following. Every person to whom a guardianship order is granted shall within 14 days after the grant of the order register the order with the National Identification and Registration Authority and the Ministry responsible for children. Justification. To harmonize the provision of the amendments to the National Identification and Registration Authority Bill 2024, which you have just passed, wherein all matters relating to the registration of persons, including children, have been transferred from Uganda Registration Service Bureau to the National Identification and Registration Authority. Secondly, also to avoid ambiguity in the law. I beg to move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Chair, I just want clarity on that because we are decentralized registration to go to NIRA, but we have also we are doing a double registration here. There's a registration also, NIRA and the Ministry for Children. So are we going to run 2 registers? That's what I want. Just clarity.
We are moving it to LIRA. It is consistent with the what we passed on the Persons Act. it is consistent with the NERA, URSB, and this one. So we are centralizing
On the period?
14 days.
That's okay.
Yes. Minister?
I agree with it,
Thank
except that for consequential amendment, after children, there should be affairs, because earlier we had defined.
Children's affairs.
Yes, responsible for children affairs. So we add the word affairs after children.
So you're making an amendment?
Yes.
Is that okay?
To be consistent, yes.
Chair agreeable.
AG?
This is good exercise. We concede.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the Minister of Gender with an inclusion of children's affairs. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 8 is amended by inserting immediately after the word registrar, the words of birth and death. Justification: to capture the title of the registrar as it is in the Principal Act, also to ensure clarity. I beg to move.
Minister.
Concur.
AG.
Right, Honorable Chair, it makes sense and is really consequential.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 10 is amended by inserting immediately after the word children, the word affairs. B, deleting subsection 3. And C, deleting subsection 4. Then D, inserting immediately after subsection 4 the following. 1, the staff of the authority serving immediately before the commencement of the act shall be deployed to serve in the public service.
We agreed we should not use the word shall.
May. You are right. Thanks very much, Chair. Justification: this is the consequential amendment having rectified the definition of the ministry responsible for children. The board of the authority has never been operationalized since the enactment of the Children's Amendment Act 2016, and so there was no directors of the board in place. To ensure clarity, to ensure that the staff of the former National Children Authority who have expertise in the affairs of children are absorbed in the services of the benefit of supporting the efforts of protecting, may be absorbed. Yes, may be absorbed for the benefit of supporting the efforts of protecting the rights of the children. I beg to move with those, please.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, in reading this particular clause and reading the certificate of financial implication, I want to inquire from the chairperson, exactly what are you saving? Because the certificate of financial implication talks about this children's authority being merged into a national secretariat, and the cost has been 311 million. Now, you are not telling us what exactly you are chewing by this amendment, because some of this staff are going to be employed in the secretariat. So the certificate is not clear itself.
We have passed the stage. We are at committee. Eh?
Right Honorable Chair, I think you will guide it. Because really, Honorable Sarah Pendi, my woman, my MP who represents the women and men from Tororo, is a senior member of this house. She is smuggling a phrase we should have been at the main
Debate.
when we're debating. Because right now, I think she lost that opportunity. But
You
as
see, your woman came late and just wanted to smuggle in to debate.
Thank you.
When people like
I think
Macho
you've
had
already
been here longer.
much obliged. Thank you for your guidance. Yeah.
Thank you. You, Sarah, you sit. Honorable Minister.
I concur.
Make for me an amendment. Where they shall, it will be may.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that under clause 10(1), the word shall be replaced with the word may.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Gender. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary, nay. I have not heard. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Sarah, please leave my guest. Sarah, your seat is somewhere there. Sarah, my brother.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill, the Children Amendment Bill 2024, and passed it with amendments.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this august House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Children Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Children's Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Children Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Children Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Congratulations. Next.
Bill second reading, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024.
Women. So let's first start with women.
Bill second reading, the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Helen Asamo, the Minister of Disability, Stephen Kahonda, Atiang, Nathan, Pastor Ojok, all the women and the men. Yes, including Sarah. Including Sarah. Lutamaguzi, the chairman of women. No, Honorable Lutamaguzi Semakola, would you love to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The National Women Council is elected from the village up to national level. Constitutionally, it has the National Women Council, which is the democratic arm of that. It also has a secretariat, which serves the National Women Council, and we have about 5 councils, and government deems it fit that we have a powerful national secretariat. We are not dissolving the democratically elected structure. The council that are elected from the village level to the national level will remain as it is for all the councils. The only thing that is being merged is to have one secretariat, well facilitated, that will be serving all the council and undertaking the mandate of ensuring that they function and they're coordinated effectively. So I request that this House accept to grant this national secretariat, which will be more visible, more powerful to serve the councils. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. Could you also move for the youth? Yes,
In the same,
it is the same thing.
In the same vein, I beg to move that the bill, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024, be read the second time.
Seconded? Seconded? Yes, seconded. Now we are on youth. I can see you sitting. Linda, you're tired. Now, Dennis. It is seconded by the whole House. Would you love to speak to it again?
Again, the National Youth Council is a council elected right from the village to the national level, and they have a structure that elects the youth members of parliament in this House. We are not interfering with the democratically elected structure. We are only merging the secretariat and make it more visible, more funded, more coordinated, more efficient as one national secretariat. I request that you support.
Thank you. So can you give us a brief report on youth councils? Brief.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity for me to give a brief report on the Gender, Labor and Social Development of the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024. But before I proceed, Chair, allow me, I beg to move, play on table the minutes and the report. Thank you. I start with the women before I proceed to the children. Chair, I will try to be quick. The introduction is that the National Women Council Amendment Bill was read for the first time on 9th April 2024 and referred to our committee. The background to the bill is already noted by the members. They have read it. Objective of the bill, the main objective of the bill is to give already the same as others. Rationale for the mergers is the same. I think I go now straight to implications. Chair, implication of rationalization in light of affirmative action. During the interaction with the National Women's Council, the committee was informed that the proposed rationalization of social development sector will have the following negative implications. Negative effect on affirmative action. In order to redress imbalances, which may take years to impact society. Representative of the different councils noted that Uganda had been making progress in this area, but challenges remain. They add that the merging of the Secretariat of the councils to reverse the progress. That was the ideas we got from the committee of the council. Moreover, Ugandan's notable progress other countries benchmark on the best practices. 2, generalization of gender issues. Stakeholders contend that merging secretariats will lose the unique aspects of each council, leading to some issues being neglected or forgotten. Unique funding needs could also be ignored or undermined under this arrangement. For example, the multiple types of disability with their need for unique assistance services may be lost in the process. Yes. Yeah. Potential effects on the compliance on international instruments. The Social Sector Council secretariats work towards implementation of various human rights instruments that the government is signatory to, which work may be compromised by the merger. This include United Nations Agenda 2063, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the National Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Convention on the Rights of Persons with Ability, they just go together. Loss of jobs and further marginalization. The bill in the relevant clauses states that staff of the councils may be redeployed subject to availability of position. This implies that some people may lose their jobs if no positions are available. Hence, further marginalization persons of these groups currently employed. Potential loss of specialized skills. The Parliament's ad hoc committee and Rationalization in 2022 report noted that the potential to lose specialized skills and labor as personnel could also opt out, be merged institutions and join the private sector. So we didn't want to lose that. potential lapse on the social development. The sector exists primarily for promotion of social development of Uganda's peoples, and the current structure tries to ensure inclusively in the planning of all Ugandans.
Procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister of Sports.
Yeah. Since we have already have that report on our iPads and you have read it and understand it well, why don't we go to the committee stage, right, Honorable Speaker?
Is that? Yes.
Chair, I beg for your indulgence. Let me straight go to the recommendations, observations and recommendations. Effect on the GROW project. The committee observed that, that the generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW project worth $218 million and the Ministry of Gender has already lost 1 year out of the 5 years, and the rationalization may cause further delay by not specifying the structure for special interest groups, especially the National Council for Women that is part of the implementation structure. Recommendation: the structure for National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups should be expedited so that no more time is lost on the implementation of the GROW project. Conclusion: notwithstanding government's decision to rationalize government agencies, and that includes the National Women's Council, the committee strongly urge that women, being a marginalized group in a society and highly vulnerable to mistreatment and exploitation, it is the committee's fear that the Secretariat, to assist all councils of special interest groups in fulfillment of their mandate, would diminish their attention to the unique needs and challenges of women. This is also in line with the recommendation of the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee, which was passed in this House some time back. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just a small observation. Small observation. And this is to the clerk to show you that the clerk who wrote this report is an amateur. You cannot say the committee report be adopted. This committee report is informative. We don't take decisions based on committee report. It is an informative report. And I need to know the clerk who writes such reports. The one who wrote the one of agriculture needs a reward. Yes, yes, honorable members. Tony, Ole Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we process rationalization, I think we should not forget that government plays the central role in the operations of most of these agencies. And we had looked at saving money, bringing money, duplication, and efficiency. Now, on the Women Council, Right Honorable Speaker, if the democratic process, election from village to national level, is allowed, then only the Secretariat to run operations of this special interest group. What would be the problem? In any case, like Parliament, when we were elected, Parliament is here supported by the Secretariat, headed by the clerk, and operation is running. And they provide technical support and advice for operations. So the Secretariat will be providing technical. Now, when you provide here an argument that the GROW program is going to be delayed, I think this is very wrong and misleading. First of all, was the GROW program brought in by the council, Women Council? No, it is government through the ministry. So I think I would urge my colleagues, this is even the same thing with the youth and elderly and persons with disability, so that we save ourselves of this ping pong of arguing on things that may not add much value, and then we move faster. These are straightforward things, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore wish to move the motion that, having listened to the committee, and seen the value of mainstreaming or bringing these special interest groups to the ministry, I move that question be put and we move to second reading of the motion.
Thank you. I put a question. Is it seconded? Seconded by Okwiri, by Margaret, by Kolu, by landlord. I put a question that the National Women Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The
Honorable members will rationalize whatever does not bring in money. Whatever takes out money will rationalize. If you're talking about coffee that you have been talking about, there you have some, but now this one, that is a spending body. And we are saying, let's take it to the ministry where it is. Let's do a give and take. We are serving a government. Pilau, what do you think?
I wanted to give you some more information.
PLU.
I wanted to give you some information.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It shouldn't just be about money alone, but also the morals. If there are institutions that nurture our people, it shouldn't always be about money. Like the youth
That is the
council.
reason the committee has given.
Yeah, because the recommendations of the committee, yes, sometimes I can agree with them, but it shouldn't just be alone about money, but also the morals. If there is an institution like youth councils, women councils that are nurturing leaders, future leaders from the village, that's why nowadays you have people who are not nurtured, but because there is a certain wave, they just come and become leaders. These women councils have been nurturing people from the village, sub-county, parish, district, and we end up having some here. So some of these councils can be thought about and see how they can be protected by this parliament.
They're only having a secretariat.
Because
housing a secretariat.
That one, I am happy to hear about it because the Attorney General
was
saying they should create a department.
No, they are having their secretariat.
We can have a secretariat and also leave
they are having their
alone.
secretariat under the minister.
Okay.
Of women. Of gender.
Gender.
Yes.
Information.
No, I'm not giving you.
Okay.
The National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Nucleus. Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, the bill is amended by inserting new clause immediately before clause 1 as follows. Commencement. This act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister, a statutory instrument. Justification: to give room for the process of rationalization to take effect, and to fast track the efforts of establishing the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups and administrative functions and structure so that implementation of the projects like a GROW project are not also delayed.
Implementation of projects. Implementation of projects.
I want to put it on record that the GROW project is not under the National Women Council. The GROW project is a World Bank project, which is under the ministry with 2 departments of gender and labor managing it, and private sector foundation. And at the moment, progress has been made, which will bring on the floor of parliament. So to justify, based on
One
project, which is even not under the council, I think is misleading.
But are you in agreement with the new clause? Commencement.
Commencement, I think is okay.
Yes, that is okay. Commencement is okay. We are removing the justification of GROW and leaving it to projects. I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 5 of the bill is amended by substituting for the proposed section 9 of the following. Secretariat. There is established a secretariat to be known. There is established a secretariat to be known as the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups. 2, the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups shall be the secretariat for all the councils of the special interest groups created under this act and in any other law. The minister shall, by statutory instrument, prescribe the functions of the secretariat. The National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups shall be composed of a secretary and the other staff. The other staff of the National Secretariat for Special Interest Group may be employed from among the staff of the council.
Yes.
Yes. And
may.
And last, public officers may be seconded to the service of the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups or may otherwise give assistance to the Secretariat. Chair, the number 7, we are deleting it. We are stopping with that. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Minister. Yes, wherever they shall will be replaced by may.
I concur with the amendment, especially under 5, where what is contained in the report has been remodified by the chair. Thank you.
Where they shall will be replaced by may, except in 2 and 3, where it says the minister shall by statutory instrument prescribe the functions of this secretariat. Then 2, the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups shall be the secretariat of the councils of special interest groups created under this act and any other law. Is that okay? I put a question that the clause 5 be amended as proposed with the replacement of may instead of shall with the exception of clause 2 and 3. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 6. Repeal Section 10 of the Principal Act. For clause 6, they is substituted for the following. Amendment of Section 10 of the Principal Act. Section 10 of the Principal Act is amended A by substituting for the subsection 1 the following. The minister shall, in consultation with the National Women Executive Committee, the National Youth Executive Committee, the Persons with Disability Council, and the National Council for Older Persons, appointing a secretary for the National Secretariat for special interest groups. B, in subsection 5, by substituting for the word council, the words the councils of special interest groups. C, inserting a new subsection immediately after subsection 7 as follows. For purposes of section 9 and 10, special interest groups means women, youth, older persons, and persons with disability. National Council for Older Persons at the meaning under section 5 of the National Council for Older Persons 2013. National Women Executive Committee as the meaning under section 8 of the National Women Council Act Cap 318. National Youth Executive Committee at the meaning under section 9 of the National Youth Council Act Cap 319. Persons with Disability Council at the meaning under section 20 of the Persons with Disability Act 2020. Justification: this is a consequential amendment following the merging of the secretariats of the councils for special interest groups into one secretariat. 2, to ensure equal representation for all the councils on the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups.
Honorable Minister.
I have no objection because the current practice and in the current acts of the various council, the executives nominates, approves, and recommend to the minister, so the spirit is the same.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, is that okay? Yeah. You be-
The Minister of Gender has been ably advised.
Thank you.
And we concede.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 7, they substituted the following. Substitution of section 11 of the Principal Act. For section 11 of the Principal Act, it is substituted the following. Functions of the Secretary. 1, the Secretary shall be the Chief Executive Officer and the Accounting Officer of all the councils for special interest groups. 2, subject to the general control of the Minister, the Secretary shall A, act as the Secretary of all the councils of special interest groups and record the minutes at those meetings. B, be responsible for the implementation of the policy decisions of all the councils of special interest groups and for the day-to-day administration of the affairs of the Council of Special Interest Groups and control of the other staff of the Secretariat. 3, where the office of the Secretary is vacant or where the Secretary is unable to perform the functions of his or her office by reason of illness, absence, or any other reason, the Minister may designate an office of the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups qualified as required under Section 10 perform those functions until the vacancy in the office is filled or until the secretary is able to resume the performance of those functions. I move. Justification, consequential amendments following the merging.
Minister,
I concede.
thank you. I put a question that the proposed amendment in clause 7 be approved. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put the question that the clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Chair, clause 10 is amended in subsection 2 by substituting for the word may to the word shall and the words public service for the words National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups. Justification. To guarantee employment for staff that are already serving in the respective councils, given the fact that with the merging of the Secretariat of the Council into one, there will still be an opportunity for the current staff to be absorbed. 2, to harness and capitalize on the already existing expertise and experience in serving councils for special interest groups. I move.
Thank you, Minister.
I concede because the principle of safeguarding workers' rights is still within our ministry and we have no problem.
And it shouldn't be shall, but may. I put the question that the clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause,
have it.
clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable members. These interest groups will only be housed in gender. The persons managing them is a secretary. Secretary will be responsible. The minister almost has nothing apart from that is the same. It is executive secretary. Who? The secretary. Let's first get this one. This is an executive secretary. No, it is a correction executive secretary. Executive secretary.
The principal law as executive secretary, and there's no amendment to the principal law. So even if 4 remains as secretary, it will be construed as executive
You know,
secretary.
what matters is the definition of the roles. The definitions of the roles lie under that person. The minister's work is only to house the secretariat of all the interest groups.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the Whole House, that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the National Women's Amendment Bill and passed it with amendments.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say on the contrary name. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the National Women's Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary name. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the National Women's Council Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Thank you. Youth.
Thanks, Chair. I thank you for the opportunity to submit the report on the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development on the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024. Chair, before I proceed, I beg to on table the minutes and the report.
Thank you.
Chair and honorable members, I straight away go to the objective of the bill. The main objective of this bill is to give effect to the government policy to rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure adopted by the Cabinet on 22nd February 2021 and contained in Cabinet Mint number 43 as others. The methodology, you have already got it. I go to the rationale for the merger. Government has put forward the following argument to justify the nationalization of government agencies, including the rapid expansion of government agencies in Uganda has resulted in a number of problems, including unclear jurisdiction, excessive expenditure of the national treasury at the expense of efficient service delivery, overstretching of the government's ability to support agencies, and salary differences between agents, employees, and traditional civil servants. These issues have also led to the wastage of resources that could have been used to fund other vital public services like health, education, and infrastructure development. According to the government, the councils under the social development sector call out similar mandates, and therefore the administrative structures should be merged into one unit, the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups. Implications. of rationalization? Okay. Thanks, Chair. I think since the members have been giving the same reports, I now go to the committee observations and recommendations. Observations first. Loss of expertise of technical officers. The country will lose out on highly experienced technical officers because the bill does not guarantee that they will be redeployed in the National Secretariat. Recommendation. Government should give priority to the technical experts and the highly skilled while staffing the National Secretariat so that government does not lose on the return on investment. We are agreeing on the creation of the one secretariat, National Secretariat, but we are saying those people with technical know-how, government should consider them. Inadequate consultation of stakeholders. The National Youth Council, who are key stakeholders, were not consulted on the nationalization process, although the Commissioner Equity and Compliance represented the Minister on the work group. Recommendation. The Minister of Public Service should in future carry out adequate consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, especially with the implementation of structures prior to formation of this bill. We're in support of the bill, but we are saying in the future, they should do some massive consultation. In conclusion, the committee associates itself with the findings of the ad hoc committee, which was instituted to consider the rationalization of government agencies, that the Secretariat of Council should not be rationalized in such a way, but be considerate while employing some manpower. The committee therefore praised that the country's milestone in affirmative action and protection for marginalized groups, and that include the youth, should be prioritized by government through strengthening the councils. Remember, the councils are still in existence for special interest groups, increasing funding and adequately staffing the National Secretariat. We are in support for special interest group that is being created under this act. You can see in this conclusion, we are strengthening the councils and also making sure that the special interest groups be created under this act, under this national.
But one comfort that we get is that all the secretariats are basically being housed under the ministry, under each minister. The youth will be under the Minister of Youth, the women, the what. It's not going to be absorbed, but they will have an executive secretary that will be managing the secretariat. That is. No. You know, no. There is a minister is defined as a minister responsible for that docket. That is Honorable
Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification I am seeking from the chair of the committee and the minister, because when you say that these special interest groups are going to be under one secretariat and they are going to be housed under the minister.
Ministry of Gender.
Ministry
of Gender, which has several ministers.
So the minister for youth there is not responsible for the other secretariat.
No.
It is the minister for gender.
It is the ministry.
Other clarification.
Daudi, it is under the Ministry of Gender. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification that
Ministry
we were
of
trying to
Gender.
raise, Right Honorable Speaker. The current status is that there has been an executive secretary for every council, National Youth Council, National Women Council, and all the other councils. So what we want to know, because they have all been under the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Now, what we want to know, what is that government is changing, and what is it that we are saving? So
They are integrating them. They're integrating them. Laura,
Right, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to give information. Currently, all the councils have different executive secretaries and they have secretariats. And that's what government is removing or merging. So we are going to have one executive secretary who is going to be under Minister of Gender. That's what the Right Honorable Speaker is explaining. But we also have our ministers for disability, for youth, for children, etc., etc. So we shall have one executive secretary sitting in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
A one-stop center.
Yes.
Of all the persons, special interest groups. Honorable members, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the House that under the National Youth Act, the minister means the minister responsible for youth affairs. That is what it is stated in the interpretation clause, and therefore it does not change anything. We are not amending that part. Thank you. As the Right Honorable Speaker has said.
Honorable Kavanda. Daudi, I know you're within that youth age. A minister responsible for youth affairs is the Minister of Youth. But the Secretariat is under the ministry. There's a difference between a Minister of Gender vis-a-vis a minister responsible for youth, responsible for disability, responsible for the children like Daudi. Daudi, you have not heard. I'm saying there's a minister of children responsible for children like Daudi. Honorable members, let's continue.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm also affirming to your submission that we are reducing costs by reducing on the secretariats and having one secretariat. Yes.
Honorable members, I put a question, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Even Daudi has said aye. You are not only the only Daudi. Hey.
The National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Okay.
New clause. New clause.
Thanks, Chair. The insertion of the new clause. The bill is amended by inserting a new clause immediately before clause 1 as follows. Commencement. Youth Council.
Yes, this is you.
Yes. The act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument. Justification to give room for the process of the rationalization to take effect.
Honorable Minister.
No objection.
I put the question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. That is on the commencement.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Clause 6, there is substituted the following. Clause 6 of the bill is amended by substituting for the proposed section 11, the following: Secretariat. The Secretariat of the National Youth Council shall be the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups created under Section 5 of the National Women's Council Amendment Act 2024. Justification: to give effect to the process of nationalization of government agencies by merging the secretariats of all special interest groups into one secretariat. 2, to ensure that all the councils for special interest groups are given a fair opportunity to participate in the recruitment of the staff who are to assist the councils in fulfilling their mandates under their respective laws. I move.
You're stopping in that?
Chair, another justification is to ensure that council don't lose their autonomous status guaranteed under the respective laws.
Yes.
The proposal is in line with the spirit of the ad hoc committee, and also lastly, to give clarity on the mandate of the National Secretariat for special interest groups. I move.
Are you done? You want a clarification?
Thank you, Chair, for giving clarification. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chair, why the National Youth Council exists? It is a very unique and special
Which
group.
clause? Which clause?
On this clause we are
Which
on.
clause? Honorable Solomon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish I could be given an opportunity, but
Honorable Solomon, you're a whole commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish I would be given the opportunity
I am
to explain
saying
the clause I'm talking about.
you are a whole
But
commissioner.
I will sit.
Honorable Minister.
No objection.
I put a question that the clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
8, Chair.
Chair, we are not amending 8. Chair, with 8, we have cancelled it. Chair, for clause 8, we have decided to retain what is in the bill.
Clause 8. I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9. I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Chair, clause 10, savings. Clause 10 is amended in subsection 2 by substituting for the word may, the word shall, and the words public service for the words National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups. Justification: to guarantee employment for staff that are already serving the respective councils, given the fact that with the merging of the Secretariat of the council, of the councils into one, there will still be an opportunity for the current staff to be absorbed. Two, to harness and capitalize on the already existing expertise and experience in serving councils for the special interest groups, as we have done in other projects. I thank you.
May, not shall. I put a question that the clause 10 be amended as proposed with the replacement of may, not shall. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Whole House reports there too. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the National Youth Council Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill has been passed. Congratulations. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from the National Youth Council, led by the National Chairperson, Jacob Eyero. Jacob Eyero, and they have come to observe the proceedings. And one thing that we can, please stand up, the youth. One thing we need to assure you is that you are protected. You're protected. You will now belong to directly to your Minister of Youth and Children. Your Secretariat will only be under the Ministry of Gender, but you're directly under your Minister. Yes, VL.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that clarification, because anyway, the bill has passed. It's now a collective responsibility for all of us. I just want to seek clarification, Right Honorable Speaker, from the Minister of Gender. We want assurance, give assurance to the country, because I don't want to debate the committee observation and recommendation, because they said the youth councils were not consulted. I just don't want to go back there. But I just want the minister to give assurance to the country and to these youth councils, whether, because now we have a minister, Honorable Barambarugahara, who is a member of my PLU, we just want assurance from you whether these special interest groups are going to be funded independently, or they are going to be under one secretary, like you said. One.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I didn't know that PLU works like this by touching a minister and pushing a minister. Right Honorable Speaker, like
Honorable Minister, given the plight of the youth, especially from fishing communities, we want to know, we want to get the assurance from you, now that you are merging the Youth Council into a secretariat, how the secretariat will pay special attention to vulnerable
It's
youth
not
of
being
this
merged, it is integrating the different interest groups.
Yeah, I want to know how the interest of the youth, in particularly the vulnerable youth, especially from fishing communities, shall be addressed.
Clarification.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Clarification.
Rose, just advise your neighbor that we have youth MPs. We have youth MPs who are here, and the youth MPs will ensure that their constituencies are covered. Rose, it is okay. It's okay, Rose.
Thank you. But Right Honorable Speaker, just a word. Honestly, we're working on the law. And without the law, there is no way we can apportion resources. Yes. And I want my colleagues not to work in a lacuna, in an open space without the law. So therefore, this is a parliament. We are not in the market. We are handling issues of the government and youth, and we are catering for everybody. Thank you.
Clarification.
Honorable members, on the issues of budgeting, on appropriation, it is still this house that does appropriation. We will appropriate money to different. First of all, we'll appropriate money to the Ministry of Gender. And the Ministry of Gender will have money that goes to the youth. We'll have money that goes to the persons with the disabilities. We'll have money that goes to the women. We'll have money that goes to older persons. Okay?
Clarification. Right.
That is what we are going to do. And if it means ring fencing, we shall ring fence.
Clarification.
Right Honorable Speaker, you are right. I want to first.
Clarification.
First leave the youth, you know that is his constituency.
I want to first reaffirm that the councils have not been affected. What does this mean? The structure proposed is that the executive secretary is the accounting officer of the secretariat. Under the executive secretary is the departments headed by a program manager in charge of youth, women, persons with disability, older persons. The Act permits each of these council to approve their budget. So they will be approving their budget in their council, giving it to their program manager, and the head of the secretariat will bring the budget, and they will still have a subvention, because at the moment, each of these has a subvention. So even when their money is appropriated, the ministry is just a conduit and sends it to their vote. That's why under this law, we have preserved that the executive secretary is the accounting officer of the National Secretariat of the Special Interest Group. So I want to allay your fears, not the PS of gender. So the subvention will remain, and each of the departments under their council will budget for the council activities as it is now, and it will be only presented as one, not individually. So there's no worry. We commit to ensuring that this and the supervision of the council remains with the sector ministers. So PLAU, Patriotic League of Uganda.
Clarification.
PLAU.
Clarification.
The Minister of State for Youth and Children's Affairs is in charge of the Youth and Children Affairs, and his budget will be worked together with the National Youth Council. They are seated here, and he will be in charge.
Honorable Youth.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate you because I've finally caught your eye, but long after the bill has been disposed of. But Right Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the certificate for financial implication. I've noticed that the saving that we are making is a saving of about 700 and Right Honorable Speaker, we are making a saving of 742 million Uganda shillings, going by the certificate of financial implication. Right Honorable Speaker, what I need, the clarification that I need from the minister clearly is whether this saving will be used directly to empower the structures that still exist. That assurance we need very, very clearly, that the costs that you'll save from the administration of 742 million will certainly be used to increase the budget of the National Youth Council.
Honorable member, I want to refer you to Rule 87. I refer you to Rule 87. And when we legislate in this house, we legislate based on what is in the rules. That rules is like our Bible in this house. Next item.
Bill's second reading. The Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Seconded? Is it seconded? Seconded with by Honorable Minister of Disability, by Laura. By acting in law, by everybody in the house. How can you say it when you, is it seconded? Let everybody stand up to second disability. He's a sponsor. Thank you, seconded by the whole house. Would you love to speak to it?
Madam Speaker, in the same spirit, this bill is saving the structure that are democratically elected and only merging the council. And in the bill, at an appropriate time, there is a small error which was made under 32 that will correct. So the same justification is that it's been merged under one national secretariat of the special interest groups, and I've already articulated the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Could you also move for
Bill second reading,
older persons?
the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Seconded, older persons, seconded by Helen. Honorable, by the whole house. Yes, that's for the, would you speak to it?
Madam Speaker,
all
again,
these bills have the same justification.
I invite the House to consider the same justification of the National Secretariat of the Special Interest Group.
Thank you, thank you. Back to persons with a disability. Since they have the
Thank you
same
very much, Madam Speaker,
justification.
for this opportunity again. Before I proceed to give you the report on the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development with people with disability amendment B 2024. Madam Speaker, allow me to lay on table their minutes and the report.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, since the justification, the methodology, and the intention and introduction is the same, I go straight to the committee observations and recommendations. The committee makes the following observations and recommendations. 1, inadequate consultation, which has been cutting across. I think in the future they have to improve. The National Council for Persons with Disability, who are key stakeholders, were not consulted on the nationalization process, or the Commission of Equity and Compliance represented the ministry on the group. The Minister of Public Service should in future call out adequate consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, especially with the implementation structure and prior to formalization of the bill, even after more sensitization is required. Abolition of Section 30 of the PWS Act 2020. Clause 9 of the bill also intends to abolish Section 30 of the Persons with Disability Act 2020, which establishes district councils for PWS, and therefore removing the grassroots structures for monitoring and mobilizing PWS to effectively participate in the implementation of the government process. Our recommendation, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, the district council for PWS should be reinstated since they form part of the policy-making organs of the council. 3, loss of expertise of technical officers. The country will lose out on highly experienced technical officers because the bill does not guarantee that they will be redeployed in the National Secretariat. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, before conclusion, there's transition process. There's transition process on the redeployment, transfer of assets and liabilities, and pre-recruitment, stroke pre-exit engagement is unclear. Recommendation transition clause should be established in the bill. In conclusion, Madam Chair, the committee therefore pleads that the country's milestone in affirmative action and protection for the marginalized groups, and that include the persons with disability, should be prioritized by government through strengthening the councils for special interest groups increasing funding and adequately staffing the National Secretariat for special interest groups that is being created under this act. I beg to move.
Thank you. Could you also give us a summary for the older persons before we put a question?
Madam Chair, I beg to lay on table the report and the means of the report of the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024. And straight, I go to the observations and recommendations because the implications cut across. Committee observations, Madam Chair and the honorable members, the committee makes the following observations and recommendations. Of course, number one, which cuts across is loss of expertise and technical officers. And the committee recommends the government to give priority to technical expertise and highly skilled staff while creating that National Secretariat. Of course, the transition process on redeployment, transfer assets of liabilities, and pre-recruitment is unclear and need to be established. There was inadequate consultation with stakeholders, and here the Ministry of Public Service is called upon in future to emphasize on that. In conclusion, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Public Service should in future call out adequate consultation with all relevant stakeholders, especially with the implementing structures prior to the formulation of the bill. As I conclude, the committee therefore prays that the country's milestone in affirmative action and protection from marginalized groups, and that include the older person, should be prioritized by government through strengthening the councils for special interest groups, increasing fundings and adequate staffing, and National Secretariat for the special interest groups that is being created under this act. I beg to move.
Thank you. And I remember you heard it's the same thing on persons with a disability. I now put a question that the persons, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to make that clarification where the report has retained Article 30. I think it was an error. It is Article 32 to be removed, which is talking about the district secretariat. So when we reach to amendments, we talk of Article 32 instead of 30.
We shall correct it.
Thank you.
When we are in that clause. I put a question that the person with the disabilities amendment bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
New clause. New clause.
Madam Chair, insertion of the new clause. The bill is amended by inserting a new clause immediately before clause 1 as follows. Commencement. This act shall come into force on the date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument, and justification the same to give room for the process of rationalization to take effect.
Minister.
I concur.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands for the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, clause they instituted the following. Clause 5 of the bills are substituting for the proposed section 26 of the following. Secretariat. The Secretariat of the Council for Persons with Disability, a national secretariat for interest groups created under section 5 of the National Women Council 2024. The rest has been done.
Yes, sir.
I concur.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Person with Disability Act, there is land that belonged to the Uganda Foundation for the Blind that was put under the management of the National Council for Disability. Now that we are merging, we are bringing them under one secretariat. I want to know from the minister whether that land is going to go under the ministry, this secretariat of the special interest group, or under the Department of Disability in the secretariat of the special interest group.
Honorable PND Bumali, that person does not amend your act. What we are doing is to bring Secretariat. You will remain with your act. Youth will remain with their act. There is no amendment of any of your acts. So you will remain with your land, but your assets and liabilities.
You see, Madam Speaker, the clarity I want to get, yes, the act is there, but this land was managed under the National Council for Disability. And now the National Council for Disability, we are uniting all the special interest group under one special.
It is your property. It is your property.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I stated clearly that the councils are not being merged. The council, there is a schedule in the disability council which lists all the property and land, and it remains in your schedule of the act. The council is not affected. And all the schedules and acts and the legal framework, only the Secretariat.
I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary. Have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9. Deletion.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. We are repealing of section 32.
Madam Chair, I think we are retaining Article 30 and repealing 32, which is talking about the Secretariat in line with the objective of the bill, talking about Secretariat.
How should section 9 be?
Repealing section 30 of the 32 of the Principal Act. It should be 32. 32 here reads Secretariat.
Do you want 32 deleted?
Yeah, it's talking about the staff of the Secretariat. And that's what we are doing here. Yeah, we repeal 32.
Chair, can you
Because 30 is the structure, so you can't touch the structure. But we are talking of Secretariat, which is 32. Thank you.
What the chair has.
Madam Chair, what is in the bill? The bill has no intention of removing the district council secretariat under section 32 of the PWs. As Madam Honorable Minister said, I consulted with APC on them, and I think what we wanted to maintain was the council for PWs, like other interest groups to be maintained. Yes.
Under section 9.
Under section 9, yes.
So you don't delete, you retain it
Yeah,
as it was.
As it was.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You retain as it was, you don't delete.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's okay. Retain the structure for the elections. Thank you.
Of the council.
Of the council.
So clause 9 stands part of the bill.
Exactly.
Madam Chair, in the current act, 30 is the district council structure. It was put in error under 9 to say repeal section 30. It is supposed to repeal 32. So the amendment should be that replace 30 with 32 to read 9 to read repeal of section 32 of Principal Act. Section 32 of the Principal Act is repeal. So 30 was inserted in error.
So we are making amendment to replace it with the 32, not 30. I put a question that the clause 9 be amended as proposed by the minister by repealing clause 30 and replacing it with clause 32. Is that okay? Section
Madam
32.
Chair, but we are maintaining 30 as by the Principal Act, and we are replacing with 32.
With 32.
Thank you.
Yes. By replacing 32, replacing section 30 with 32. Yes. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, clause 10 is amended in subsection 2 by substituting for the word by maintaining the word may is being maintained. We are not substituting, but the public service is being substituted by the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups. And the justification is to guarantee employment for staff, to harness and capitalize on the already existing expertise and experience serving councils. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Minister.
I concur.
I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the
Persons with Disabilities.
The Persons with Disability Amendment Act 2024, Bill 2024, and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Persons with the Disabilities Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill is passed. Congratulations. I put a question that the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
New clause. Clause.
Chair, the insertion of the new clause. The bill is amended by inserting new clause immediately before clause 1 as follows.
Microphone.
Commencement. This act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument, and the justification is to give room for the process of rationalization to take effect.
Minister.
No objection.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, clause 5 amendment of the section 1 of the Principal Act. The bill is amended by deleting the definition of the word Secretariat in section 1 of the Principal Act. Justification to give effect to the establishment of the National Secretariat of Special Interest Groups under section 5 of the National Women's Council Act. And 2, to avoid ambiguity.
Minister.
No objection.
Are you okay? Honorable Minister, are you okay? I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. You know, in 6.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended be part of the stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
6, Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 6, substitution section 11 of the Principal Act. For clause 6, there is a substituted the following. Clause 6 of the bill is amended by substituting for the proposed section 11 of the following. Secretariat. The Secretariat of the National Council for Older Persons shall be in the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups created under Section 5 of the National Women's Council Amendment Act 2024.
Minister?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, clause 8 amendment of section 13 of Principal Act. For clause 8, there is substituted the following. Repeal of section 13. Section 13 of the Principal Act is repealed. Justification. This is a consequential amendment following the establishment of the National Secretariat of Special Interest Groups under Section 5 of the National Women's Council Act, Cap 318.
Minister?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put clause 10.
Madam Chair, clause 10, we intend to maintain the word may, which we had intended to substitute with shall, but the word public service is being replaced by National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups.
Okay. I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. Yes.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Title.
I put a question that title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Motion for motion of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. In favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House bill entitled the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
For adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Guys have it.
Bill third reading, the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act to the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Congratulations. And honorable members, I want to thank you so much. I have one bill for withdrawal. One or two? I have a bill for withdrawal.
Chairperson was going to do. He had written to me. The chairperson was
going to do what? Honorable members, based on Rule 140, Rule 140 of the Rules of Procedure, the Minister of Education is hereby withdrawing which bill?
The bill entitled National Curriculum Development Center Amendment Bill 2024.
Is it seconded? 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 Seconded by the whole House. The bill stands withdrawn.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. Before
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, Al-Hajj, honorable members, I want to thank you so much for your endurance and for staying up to this time. May the good Lord bless you. And Sarah, you say just that. That's why some people are unfortunate. For me, when you tell me, they don't appreciate God. When you tell me God blesses me, I get more excited. Amen. We are there for the house to Tuesday at 10. And all the bills under rationalization, I am giving this notice to the chairpersons. All the chairpersons with the bills under rationalization must bring their bills. Failure to bring the bills, the House will proceed without the reports to consider your bills. On Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, we shall be able to consider the tax bills so that we give time for us to understand the tax bills and discuss the tax bills early as we go into the budgeting. Once more, thank you and have a blessed weekend. House adjourned.